every single sector of the economy. We saw manufacturing data yesterday really outperform expectations. We're seeing good numbers in that sector of the labor market. We're hoping to get good manufacturing job numbers on Friday. It's just pulling so much of the economy. I think that gets back to like the influencer thing, which is you can be a critic of this, but you just kind of people that put their heads in the sand are like, we're just out on it. It's like, well, how's that going? Like realistically, how's that going to happen on the internet? We ain't making work, but you just outright be like, we're done. I don't want any part of it. Okay, well, there goes our entire economy. Because like it or not, as you said, it's entirely built on this big thing. So we don't need. It's not doesn't mean we can't be critical of it. It doesn't mean we can't raise concerns with it. But to outright say I'm washing my hands of it, now it's
much appreciated. On that note, Jake, thank you as well. And that doesn't work.
Good morning.
Every parent wants to leave their children a better life, but Washington is sticking us all with trillions in debt and making everything harder to afford. As Governor Mark Sanford courageously protected taxpayers, vetoed court and balanced budgets to safeguard our children's future. Mark Sanford, a proven conservative leader we can count on in the Senate to leave our grandkids opportunity.
All right. Let's get ready for the opening bell. Palantir is up on earnings. Alex Karp had a lot of good things to say. A lot of superlatives. Mind-blowing.
Vetoed court and balanced budgets to safeguard our children's future. Mark Sanford.
All right, SpaceX. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX. Okay, pre-market SpaceX is trying to turn the corner right here. SpaceX is right here. Pre-market. Trading 117. Earnings today.
And results came fast.
Okay, well, we got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go for the opening bell. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, second trading day of the month, August the 4th. All right, Palantir is number one on the S&P and the NASDAQ 100.
Because your ideas are too good to stay ideas. Print your possible with 20% off your first order at vistaprint.com. It was a long time ago. Now streaming.
And let's see, futures are trading 66.60. We're up 31 handles.
This is always a good idea. First to now streaming exclusively on Hallmark Plus. Get over 50% off an annual subscription with code SUMMERSAVE.
This makes it worth getting up early in the morning.
Okay, let's get ready for the opening bell. Okay, let's get ready. An announcement is expected regarding the reopening on the Strait of Hormuz. That wasn't from the President of the United States. That was from Arabia news organization. Okay, we've about to open right here. Okay, first 15 minutes, I'll be looking at what stocks are reasonable to sell. Okay, there goes Palantir. Palantir looking good. All right, let's see. I've got some 45 150s, 45 150s that I need to sell. Palantir for August. I got the 45 150s. Let me go ahead and sell some of these. Palantir selling some 145 150s into strength that I've had for a couple of months at least. When I get a chance, I'll take a look at where I bought them. For now, took some profits in the 145 150 Palantir. Palantir is number 1 on the Nasdaq 100, slipped to number 2 on the S&P. Zebra, ZBRA, is number 1, gapping up. Zebra Tech, okay, they had earnings. They beat by 59 million. Reported 6.35. Estimate was 4.36. They beat by a big margin. Okay, NVIDIA on the move. Let's see what else I want to sell here. NVIDIA looking good. Okay, S&P continues. Let's take a look at the S&P. Okay, we've got a nice little rally here. 3650 is resistance for now. 0 day. What is this? Is this 99%? It is. IONX, 99% right here. Okay, selling some more Palantir into strength. Okay, let me take a little bit more off. I just want to reduce my risk into this bullish cycle, reassess the market. So I had a few things that weren't working too well. Microsoft, it took some of that off yesterday. NVIDIA was off a little bit, reducing my exposure in NVIDIA. Still bullish NVIDIA going into earnings.
AXTL, CBRG, AAOG, MRBU,
ASTT halted.
AXTL,
NBIG.
MBLL, AXTU,
COHT may resume in less than a minute.
BBNX, AXTX, CIFU,
AXTM.
Okay, let me bring up
BRCC,
Discord.
ADGM,
FCUV.
AXTL,
DOCN.
DOCN,
AAOX. COHX. PTIR. PLTU.
BBNX, DFNS, MOBE,
ADGM. ENTL halted.
NM,
Okay, Snowflake is up. The New York Fangs, it got a bid. Amazon is kind of flat right now at the open. Snowflake on the move. Broadcom should be above the 50-day, right? Broadcom. I want to get back into some Broadcom. We sold the last time it tagged the 50-day. Okay, Broadcom above the 50-day. That's what I've been waiting for.
PLTU.
BBNX, DFNX, QNME,
ARMA halted. AMIX may resume in less than a minute.
Broadcom back above the 50-day, looking good.
PLCE, AST1,
NBIG.
AAOZ,
PTIIFC may resume in less than 2 minutes.
Okay, we sold the last time we hit rejection the second week of July.
BYG.
Now we were looking for this to move above. It's starting to. You got this volume by price band. This looks pretty good for Broadcom. Some other stocks that have been looking good. I ran some scans last night. AMH looking for a follow through. Callaway Golf. CALY. Nice scan.
ATGM,
Bullish.
BOIG.
Callaway Golf looks good.
IFC may res in 10 seconds.
60 minute trending.
AAOZ,
Well, that looks really good.
INHD,
Callaway. CALY Callaway.
CRWG FNG may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, it's above the pre-market high. I'd like to see bigger volume though. Okay, DQ, these solar stocks were doing well. Watch solar. ENPH, DQ,
AAOZ,
run, CSIQ for solar.
SNDQ, ATGM,
PAY. LITZ.
Okay, let's look at that.
AAOZ, QNME,
EWTX.
Okay, DQ, let's see. First Solar was up yesterday. First Solar following through. In phase. Sunrun.
CRWG. ARMW.
For you Canadians, CSIQ.
NBIG. ADGM. ASTT may resume in less than a minute.
AMIX, QNME, ATGM,
Canadian Solar, looks good. Okay, Intel is up quite a bit. Gapping up, Intel. Oh, I don't have my mouse on. There we go. That's better, Vinny. Okay, so futures already starting to show a little bit of profit taking at 99%. SPX,
May res in 10 seconds.
7650, 99%.
ATGM, AMIX,
COHC may res in 10 seconds.
AAOZ,
EWEN.
UPC.
Okay, 70, we have 60, excuse me, 7650. We got resistance right here, 99 percentile. We go to the 1 minute chart. Okay.
ATGN. AAOC. HYMN.
Okay.
AST.
Snowflake on the move. The New York Fangs look good. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at junk bonds as well. Junk,
NBIL.
JNK, junk. Junk looks good.
NBIG.
AAOC.
CRWG.
HYMN.
CVRG.
ATGM. TNMG.
ATGMX vaulted down. CWAMA.
Okay, Palantir is pushing a bit more, looking good. I had a 145, 150s, so we're at maximum profit for Palantir. Okay, we're also at the 200-day.
AAOC.
NBBX. NBIL. NBIG.
Palantir at 200-day resistance for what it's worth. Okay, we probably get rejected here. First Solar looks good.
ATGM.
Yeah, that looks really nice. All those solar stocks look good. Thank you, dollar.
ARMA resin 10 seconds. NBBX. NBIL. NBIG. CRWG.
Yeah, I would reduce exposure.
SUGB.
We've got
TU.
ATGM. TNMG.
we've got Core 1M
ARMG.
near the lows again. Presently at 588, starting to rise a little bit, but it's still people are still chasing calls. So you want to sell into strength as those people are chasing. That said, let's take a look at the opening range coming up. It's only 9:41 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. A glorious rainy day here in Myrtle Beach. My kids and my wife went up to, I think it's called the Gorges, the Gorge in North Carolina, in the mountains. They're camping out with their cousins and my sister-in-law, so they're having a good time right now.
ATEA. W.
Let's see if they sent me anything.
ATGM. PEC.
ATGM. NBBX. NBIG. CVRG. NBIL. ATEA.
ATGM.
W.
PLC.
Okay, let's see.
ATGM. SNXX. NTU. DLLL.
Okay. AMD back above the 50-day. AMD with earnings today.
G.
ATGM.
ATGM vaulted to the upside.
Okay, AMD back above the 50-day with earnings tonight.
ATGM.
Okay, looking for 11.3 billion. I think they're going to blow that number away.
UGS.
NBIG.
ATGM.
Expecting a beat on AMD. Broadcom above 50-day.
ATGM.
Okay, Broadcom looking for
C.
price to stay above the 50-day. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Meta, what's Meta doing? Meta. Okay, inside day. All right, so first day is selling at the 3 big up days. So this pivot's actually a good thing for those of you who want to get in. I sold these put credits. I took them off. Took them off yesterday, right? Yeah, took those off yesterday.
C may resume in less than a minute.
MOB,
BTC.
ATGN,
AMIX may rise in 10 seconds. ATGM.
All right, so that looks good for Meta. Watching for the opening range. Where's the pre-market highs way up there? So we're probably going to consolidate. NVIDIA.
BTC.
NVIDIA, we're right above the pre-market high right now.
May rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, that's the pre-market high right there. Looking for volume
DFNS,
on any move above that pre-market high. Looking for volume. NVIDIA, we'll see if the chips continue. There goes the S&P. S&P, new all-time highs. Holy smokes.
BTC.
If you didn't already say it, S&P is making new all-time highs.
MOB, DFNS, NUWB, AMIX,
MUU.
Wow. Wow. Looks pretty, huh?
RKL.
Very nice. Let me update the numbers here. Let's see. Let me grab
May
this.
rise in 10 seconds.
The lower banner, the ticker tape on the bottom, I need to update that. I'm updating that now.
DFNS, NUWB, AMIX,
Looks good.
RKLZ.
I was just thinking about that. Yesterday I was driving back, or Sunday I was driving back. Burger King. Does anybody eat Burger King? I mean, McDonald's. I guess people do eat McDonald's. I had McDonald's breakfast one day
AMIX,
recently. I regretted that, but Burger King, I hardly hear anybody ever talk about Burger King. Anyway, vol is in the gutter. Caution against shorting any S&P options. Traders are poised to chase single stocks as they view this as an equity risk-free environment. The risk pivot is 74.80. 74.80.
LDS,
All right, we need to stay above 74.80.
LESL. ATGM may rise in 10 seconds. SSPC. SPCG. SNK.
ATGM,
SSPC. ATGM.
Okay, S&P lagging at the highs. Look like Microsoft looks like it's going to go again. Microsoft looks like it wants to go again. We're above the pre-market high, Microsoft. Palantir still very strong. Palantir.
ATGM.
Broadcom looks like it wants to keep going. Broadcom.
SPCG. SNK.
Broadcom. Okay, Microsoft looks good though, right? Microsoft just sitting here for now. Pre-market just on top of the pre-market high. Watching for volume to pick up.
ATGM. JTCG may resume in less than a minute. EWTX. BTCX has NTU. SNTG.
NUWE.
Netflix turning back up. Netflix. Watch Netflix here.
DTD.
Pre-market high.
SEX.
AAOG. AAOX.
OBX may resume in less than a minute. JTCG may res in 10 seconds.
Broadcom. Okay. Intel. Okay, Intel looking pretty bullish here, actually. Intel, maybe a trade here on Intel. Day trade. It's back to the 21 day. Let's see if it gets above that. It's above the pre-market high, Intel.
NTG. EWTX.
Oh.
TTD.
And earnings was a pretty decent beat, right?
OBX may res in 10 seconds.
93%. Okay, Intel looks like it's going to go here. Wait a couple more minutes for the opening range. See how much volume we have here on any breakout. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, second trading day of the month.
NSRX.
Okay, so we're just sitting here, Intel. Okay. Number 2 on the NASDAQ 100, Marvell.
UNMA.
ARM Holdings. Nice reversal on ARM. Maybe a nibble on some of these for swing trades. ARM Holdings earnings,
NSRX.
they beat by 12%. Okay. 26 million. It's coming off the low. That's a decent potential trade there. Stop underneath yesterday's low. Can we get back to 480? 440? 440. Yeah, 440 looks okay. S&P is still going. So we're above and at new all-time highs. Wow. What a 5-day move, huh? We hit the lows last week on Wednesday. Thursday, we popped back up. Friday, we got back above the 50-day. Yesterday, extended that quite a bit. And now we're just cruising in a no resistance zone, basically. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Okay, so we're above this 99 percentile. Okay, we're going to trend today. What are we going to do?
UNMA. AXTX.
Okay, we got another big level here. 99 percentile at 76.90. R2.
VX may resume in less than a minute.
AXTX. UNME.
ATGM halted down.
AMIX.
Okay, looks good.
TAY.
Okay, well, look like we're going to start trending. Wow, pretty impressive. Let's see, can we get to this level here? 76.90, maybe a trade on that. Let's see, what can we do here? S&P 76.90, 0-day. Pretty decent move already. I don't know, it's a great idea to buy it right here, but we're starting to move. Rather see a little dip, a little B pivot.
CBRZ.
76.90.
BSL.
Those are 250.
TAY.
Those are 250. 76.90.
ASTN. IT.
76.90. We'll see what we do here.
OBX may resume in less than a minute.
AXTX. UNME.
Pivot is 74.80.
OBX may res in 10 seconds. SKTD. CAPR.
TNMG. NUWE.
ASTN.
AXTX.
PPLI.
ENSC.
Okay, we'll see if we get a trend out of the hedge flows today. 74.90. So far.
ELTU. ETIR.
NUWE. TNMG. AXTX. ENSC.
NUWE. EOSE. ELTU. ETIR.
NUWE. AUST. AXTX. ENSC.
ENSC. EOSE.
Microsoft still going here. Microsoft.
AXTX.
ATGM may resume in less than a minute.
AUST. ENSC.
ELTU. EOSE. ETIR. CAPR.
Okay, let's see how we do with this. SK Hynix gapping up, but fading a bit. SK Hynix fading a bit from the high.
AXTX.
ATGM ATMA res in 10 seconds. PLTU.
All right, Callaway Golf, their earnings are due today, right? After hours.
PLTU. ETIR.
SFLO. NUWE. AXTX.
NUWE. LTU.
ATGM.
ATPC.
ATPC. NUWE. AXTX. AXTL. BETR.
OBX may resume in less than a minute.
ATGM.
NBIZ.
NUWE. BETR. AXTL. ATPC.
SKTD.
Okay, S&P still going here, S&P. Palantir looking strong. Microsoft, all the New York Fangs look pretty good, aside from Amazon, which is just sitting here not doing anything. Callaway Golf, though, it has earnings tonight, looking good. Microsoft, very strong. Pre-market high. Stopped at the pre-market high. Volume picking up now. Microsoft looks like it's just going to keep going. Okay, I still have a little bit of Microsoft left, right? Left, right. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, S&P looking good. Okay, let's keep an eye on the S&P. S&P charging higher.
AXTL.
Okay, we said that R2 is right here at 76.90. 76.90. Let's put a line there. 76.90. 7690. 7690. 99%. That's up there. Okay, 7480 isn't even on the screen. 7480 is way down here. Okay, we're bullish above 7480. Looks good. We established 7600 as short-term resistance or short-term support. It was resistance yesterday. We moved above it, held it into the close yesterday. Okay, S&P doing well.
AXTU. OSC. ATEA. BRBR. AXTL have been halted. RDTL. AXTX. AXTE. AXTI. BR.
Okay, looking good.
TTL. JBI.
ATGN.
BR.
Okay, looks good.
RDTL.
AMD above the 50-day. Looks like it's going to be one of those easier days today. S&P above and at all-time highs now. Stocks on the move. Most of them look pretty strong. The New York Fangs look good, except for Amazon, kind of sitting still, and NVIDIA, which hasn't moved much. NVIDIA. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, we're good. Okay. NVIDIA pulling back a bit. AMD is above the 50-day over here on the right. AMD looks good. Opening range high, breakout. Okay, opening range. We're looking for that symbol. Microsoft. Okay, no orb there. Let's see. Palantir. Palantir, are they going to buy? That's the opening range high right there. We're getting rejected. Pre-market high is the purple line. Snowflake on the move. Opening range high just overhead. You can see that orange line there.
ATGN.
That's the opening range high. Pre-market high is that purple line. So both of those make, for reference, to take along from the above the pre-market high, you wait for a close above. You look for volume. Look for the breakout. There's a scalp, basically, a scalp time frame, day trade time frame. Then once the opening range completes at 10 o'clock, watch for that. And orb signals, ORB, opening range breakout signals to show up. Yesterday it happened on NVIDIA in spades. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft looking for volume that exceeds the average of the first 30 minutes opening range volume. Wow. The only reason this is moving the way it is because institutions are buying. Pretty obvious. 4 days in a row. Yikes. Okay, they make themselves obvious. Okay. S&P 500 at the highs here, S&P. Microsoft's still going. Apple looking good. We've got Google. All right, Google going to extend yesterday's gains. Okay, Google breaking above this pivot right here. You see this pivot? Okay. See that pivot right there? Hit that twice before. Now it looks like it's going to push. This is the third time it's hit this level. Okay, third time it's hit this level. Looks like we're going to go through it. Okay, the 367.50 was the call wall. We're above that. So you know what dealers are going to do. Dealers must buy shares in order to hedge.
LITZ. HRNY.
Okay, this looks pretty good for Google. I don't want to chase it up here. I'll wait for a B pivot at this point. I didn't buy any Google at the open. I do have a Google position, but it's still out of the money a bit. Let's see, Google, let's see what this looks like. Okay, SK Hynix looking for that gap to hold. It gapped up this morning, SK Hynix. AMD above the 50-day looking strong. Palantir following through. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Second trading day of the month of August. The first half of August tends to be a little bit better than the second half of August. As we ease into September, the last few weeks of vacation, historically and seasonally, not the best time of the year to be buying. Or rather, I should say, you should be selling into strength if there is strength. Because seasonally, it's a weaker time of year. Just something to think about. That's why I've been reducing my exposure, especially in tech stocks, which have been going vertical, with Core 1M at 635. Okay, so yesterday it was at 490 or so. So it's starting to improve. Core 1M is rising. Okay, Core 1M is rising. So that's a good thing. We need it back above 8 though. You can see it was briefly above 8 last week. Then we had all of these crazy earnings with Microsoft and Google and Amazon blasting higher. Let's see what Netflix is doing. Netflix, okay, opening range high and pre-market high is same level. Microsoft looking good.
Phoenix may res in 10 seconds.
Okay,
ASI.
Nick, we still need to get you on a Trader Spotlight. Because I noticed you just took puts right when we started to see potential for a reversal.
BGAS.
AESI. PAY. RTTL.
AMIX.
ATEA.
BGAS.
PAY.
WHLR.
And we're not gonna find that out tonight, whether it's actually.
AMIX.
DLTU.
BGAS.
ARMG.
WHLR. AMIX.
INTW.
ADGN.
Okay, Microsoft looks good. Palantir probably does what Microsoft is doing. People are, talking heads have been talking down about Palantir for the longest time. I still have a position, but it's up 20 points above this level. People have been bad talking Palantir for at least 6 to 8 months, right? It got lumped into the whole SaaS apocalypse or software apocalypse or whatever they wanted to call it. And it really didn't deserve being there, but it did drop quite a bit. I believe Michael Burry was short during that time. He had the 60 puts at one point and closed his fund, Scion or whatever the name it was. I don't know what he's doing thus far. And I do, he did have Microsoft too, right? Microsoft.
You may resume in less
Barry was in that, right?
ARMG.
Microsoft. I believe Barry was in it a couple of months ago. People were talking about it in the trading room.
AMIX.
RTTL.
All right, SPCH you're looking at? SPCH. I tend to do a lot of talking in the first 30, 45 minutes. Not that I don't talk all day, but SPCH you looking at? Okay, it has earnings. Okay, SPCH, SPCX. Okay, we got earnings tonight. All right.
INTW.
788.
OBX may resume in less than a minute.
You're welcome.
AEHG. AEHR. INTW.
YYGH.
OBX may rise in 10 seconds. ORIC.
INHD. YYGH.
ETIR. ELTU.
ATGM.
All right, S&P still pushing here. Microsoft's still going.
COGT.
ATGM.
ETIR.
Apple paying. All right, Apple turning the corner. Okay, let's take a look at Apple. I missed that one. That was a nice little turn there. Opening range breakout. What do you want, Missy? You hungry? You still hungry? Opening range breakout. The volume is pretty solid all the way from the open, so you don't have an ORB signal, but that doesn't mean it's not strong. Looks pretty good there, Armando. Looks pretty good. Can't buy it at the high of the day here, but looks really good. Apple. S&P still going. Okay, so I had some SOXL for the last couple of weeks. It's back to green now, SOXL.
INHD.
AMIX.
ETIR.
Thanks to AMD and
WOLF.
okay, SOXL is bullish. Okay, I need to get back above the pre-market high, but it did gap up, so I'm watching that. AMD, all depends on AMD and NVIDIA, I guess. SK Hynix, Marvell, let's see, Marvell was number 3. ARM Holdings, Arm holdings also moving higher. All right, so the cycle is bullish. Brent talked about that as well yesterday. Cycle is bullish. You know, you go from one week to the next. Let's take a look at the S&P. S&P looking good. Watch SpaceX, got earnings tonight. S&P 500. We go through these cycles where, you know, we have a down week or two, then we have an up week or two. So the odds are that this is going to continue. We're making new all-time highs, okay? So that's why it's really good to have time on your options, right? You get these cycles, right? So the odds are this cycle is going to continue, right? So selling into the top of the Bollinger Bands a lot of times works. Buying at the lower part of the Bollinger Bands, the lower half of the Bollinger Bands, that works as well. For now, RSI is rising. MACD, stochastics are all firing. We got volume. So everything points to continuation. So stick with some of your trades longer. If you're day trading, it's a different story. But if you're swing trading for more than one couple of days, we're looking for this cycle to continue. You can see Bollinger Bands are opening up. Okay, and we're breaking out the new all-time highs. So we had a long base, 10-week base, okay? Okay, depth of the base or the measured move is, drum roll, let's see, 300 points, 79.20, plus or minus 300 points. Not today. So 7,900. Okay, so we got a nice base. The longer the base, the higher in space, right? So you know the story. Okay, so this looks really good. All right, so you got the gain from here to here, right? And then you go into a base. Okay.
DFNS.
More? You want more? Okay. I'll feed you, cat. Okay, all right, all right.
Email to you.
Okay. So that looks pretty good, right? All right, that looks good. All right, Microsoft's still going. Looking for B pivots now. I'm not chasing anything. This looks really good. It's a confirmation.
ATGM.
It's a confirmation that what we're looking at
STK.
is a bullish cycle. We'll look at the New York Stock Exchange as well.
ATGM.
INTW. ETFR.
All right, so we are fading. So Nick took some puts right at the high of the day. Nice job there, Nick.
ASTI. INTW. ETIR. ASTI.
ATGM.
ASTS. ARM.
All right, looks good.
INTW. W. ASTX. ARMG. ARM. ASTI.
INHD.
INTW. ETIR. ELTU.
Okay, so we got our first pivot. ARM still looks good here. ARM Holdings.
AST.
ATGM.
ASTI.
MOBE.
INTW.
Okay, ARM Holdings still looking really strong.
ASTI.
All right.
PMIS.
ETIR. ASTX. ASTI. BS. INTW. ASTX.
Okay, Intel continues to rise, looking pretty good.
FCL. EOSC. SC. CL.
ATGM. ATGM.
All right, Microsoft.
AETA. AXTX. AXTU. AXTI. BE. BEX.
AMIX.
AXTU. AXTX. BEX. BE. PLTU. PTIR. AXTU. AXTX. NOWL. PE. PLTU. PTIR. BEX. AXTX. AXTI.
All right, so looking pretty good here. The implied one-day move, we almost tagged it just now. You can see this right here. The implied one-day move, Corey, that's what I'm thinking about. In between these two purple lines
ATGM.
is where price should stay.
B. AXTI.
QNM.
AXTX. B.
ATGM.
All right, Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft, I'm sorry, I got off the subject here. I was talking to Corey. Microsoft, it's 10:36. Microsoft continues pre-market high, opening range high, and still going here on the daily.
ATGM.
Okay, Palantir, looking for that first B pivot.
SSD.
See if this pulls back a little bit more. I'd like to do something else with Palantir. Let's see, Palantir, I do have options left, but it's still out of the money. Some that I would like to take off here. Okay, Palantir. Okay, we still got time. Got 3 weeks for these options to move another 20 bucks. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX. Okay, we're at the pre-market high. We hit the opening range high and we got rejected. Trying to make higher highs and higher lows. SpaceX with earnings tonight.
Experience the joy of this process. Carefully curated, each bundle is
Okay, let's see what they're doing here.
HELP.
DXST.
Okay, Microsoft is looking really strong. This is very unusual to see Microsoft do this day after day. Usually Microsoft hits the high and stops. This is a sign that institutions are picking up shares.
ATGM.
Okay, let me look at that.
HELP.
MCUB.
PLTG.
ATGM.
Wow, Microsoft is just kicking it, huh? Looks good.
BEX. FCEL.
ATGM.
All right, S&P is still going. Back up to the highs. Nice little bounce. Okay. I don't know. I'm inclined to take a little profit. Apple looks good. Apple, I don't want to chase it, but we got a little turn here, Mondo. Apple, Little turn at the highs on Apple. Okay, we need to get above that 50-day moving average. Like Broadcom finally made it back above the 50-day. It's looking pretty strong. Consolidating above VWAP. I'll be looking to do something there. Palantir, still going. I think Palantir is probably going to see a few days more upside. That's just my guess, Palantir. Based on what we saw happen with Microsoft, and Alex Karp was talking crazy superlatives about how well Palantir did. So maybe some leaps for next year. Let me see what we got here. Maybe I'll do something for next year. Palantir, let me go out a few months. Let me go to February, March. Let me see if there's any option volume. Open interest, building. Let's see, we've got the 160 strike is a lot of volume on the 160 strike. 160 and 200, the 200 strike for Palantir. One six, 200, 210. Vertical, 200, 210 for January. Let's see what that would go for. 200 bucks. And yeah, that looks pretty good. 200, 210 on Palantir for January. $200. Palantir. All right, Palantir. I bought some January 200, 210s for $2. All right, that's a 40 delta basically. 40 delta on Palantir. Let me just, let's see. Okay, Palantir, I bought some January calls. Yeah, I'm not sure what I hit there. That's funny. That's funny. Let me, let me see what this sounded like. Let me go back to the stream here. Sorry about that. I hit something. I hit a shortcut.
SMCX.
Cut. Pretty good here. The implied one-day move. Okay, Microsoft. Alex Karp was talking crazy superlatives about how well Palantir did. So maybe some leap. Okay, I see what happened. All right, I hit a shortcut that makes music. Making music. All right, Palantir is still going here. Palantir. Palantir. Opening range high, pre-market high. What do you want? You want more food? Here, where did I put it? Where's the food? What'd you do with it? There it is. There you go.
ATGM,
ELTU. ELTG.
ACCL,
ADGM.
ATGM, ACCL,
AHR. TN.
Palantir looking good. Okay, let's see, Alex, what did he say? Palantir, PLTR,
SMCX.
earnings whispers.
TIR. ELSE. BTA. ELTU.
Okay, Palantir is still moving.
ANYX,
ETA. SE. SMCX.
ANYX, AGAS,
SMCL.
All right, Palantir is still going.
ANYX, units.
Okay, Palantir. Looking very, geez, Palantir continues to be bought.
POSE.
Okay, Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft looking good. Okay, starting to give us a potential pivot to buy. Apple gave you a pivot just now. Back to the opening range high. Let's see if it continues. All right, Palantir looking good. Continuation. Apple starting to give us some pivots to work off of. Okay, it's almost 11 o'clock. Okay, Palantir, we're getting an opening range breakout signal. Volume greater than the first 30 minutes. Okay, opening range.
IREX. LTA.
BGAS.
Okay, first opening range breakout signal of the day.
People that consolidate all of their daily operations to TV.
IREX.
Wow, what a freaking move today on Palantir.
BGAS.
Please put us in place to grow.
ATGM.
Why do I care?
Working for community healthcare, I care because I can make a difference.
My members are me. They're my community. They always want to be that support person. for my
IREX.
I'm just one piece of a larger puzzle, but every piece matters.
healthcare. I've always wanted to see others succeed. I care about helping people because it's what I was put on this earth to do. Just need more space. I'm suffocating. Oh no. Is this the episode with the breakdown? How many people
Citigroup. All right, so the banks are starting to move too. Citigroup.
trust most?
Need that to back above the 50-day. Citigroup back above the 50-day. The banks are in play. Let's take a look at those real quick.
You better put a key ring.
BGAS.
Citigroup. JP Morgan. On the watch list, JP Morgan, watch list. Okay, Bank of America. Okay, what's Morgan Stanley doing? Morgan Stanley. Okay, Goldman Sachs. All of these look good. Goldman Sachs. What about Wells Fargo? Wells Fargo.
ELTC.
IRE. IREX.
S&P. Holy smokes. What a day.
BGAS. HELP. INHD may res in 10 seconds.
ELTC.
SMCX. HELP.
BGAS.
All right, Microsoft at the highs. Okay, Palantir with that high, Palantir, that opening range breakout signal. Looks like a little profit taking at the high. Okay, looking for that B and C pivot now.
BGAS.
Life itself, I think we all want to live our lives in more playful ways. But in the context of this book, I really mean it's a product mindset. It's a way that we can approach making products, iterating fast, and
IRB.
really going
BDGM.
for the biggest hits
MUSC.
with the least
SMCX.
consequences. And I'd say that probably every one of your listeners has some idea that may have haunted them for a while. They wondered if I should go do it. A smaller number will actually go do it, and odds of them succeeding feels close to zero. And put this book out to give people a cheat code to say the odds are not the same for everybody. If you take a fundamental
BGAS.
approach, if you commit to a lot of the principles in this book, I believe if you can 4 or 5x your odds of success. Yeah, I must have found the place too. For those who are really listening to this podcast, I know more well, for those not familiar with your story, take us back to like why you founded Zynga. What were you hoping to achieve? I founded Zynga because of the failure of Pride.net. I should say one does not go without the other. I managed to start one of the first 3 social networks and fail, okay? At a time when probably there was 10 social networks launched and 8 succeeded in some way. And so I was so determined to change my approach after that, that when Facebook and MySpace opened up their
Microsoft's still pushing, looking good. Palantir taking a break.
Infrastructure, and I got immediate access to distribution. I said, okay, this time I'm going to take a fundamentally different approach. And I committed to what I say in the book, my framework of proving that I'm new. My very first game, which was the first social game, Zynga Poker, which I'm happy to say is still a big successful game today.
Okay, S&P, what a day. S&P still going. We hit 76, 90, and the 99 percentile level. Now, maybe this slows down a bit. Jeez, this market.
Social, that was the one new thing. And then like user pay, which was at the time, now that's called in-app purchase. Pretty big business. So we had a few new ideas, but we were more committed to the success getting to a hit than whether or not that one game or that one shot on goal succeeded. And we were more committed to success than being respected as innovators by our peers. Why? What was the
SAT.
That's a great question. You know, I love mature markets. I love markets that already mature. They're kind of left for dead growth markets. They're not. You know, that was the search market. Google, 56 search engine market is growing 20%. Similarly, the video game industry in 2007 was 20%. It's not small, you know, it was a big movie industry. From a consumer standpoint, it wasn't top either. I said, it's not because we don't keep my seats, so my fundamental thesis, because the people that they do demand think about it, states like that. What if we put games in the middle of this toxic we make consumer, make them familiar, make them social, maybe that would be good. And video game industry today is 280. Within that first year of being in the community, we do have a new thing. What did you work in the we had in that almost month. We were living on we were living in legend at the in popped up on Facebook and MySpace, and they could change things. They changed the home page. So literally not using only open browsers. There was no
S&P looks good. The Qs looking good. All right, the Qs at highs. The banks look really good.
PNYX.
All right, Qs. All right, the bank's looking really sharp here. Citigroup, JP Morgan.
RC maybe some less than a minute. AOG. ASTS. AOI.
There's a nurse who she can come out to in between waiting for helping patients. She can have a little bit of conversation, and
PNYX.
this was not a game. This was a popular person, and it was also not
RC may rest 10 seconds. ASTS.
she could feel free. She could just change prompts for them that they and try to get they needed. So her friends would see. So it fit
PNYX.
everything that we the video game industry whatever they get I don't think you feel respect.
ASTS.
Funny, that team that their first team data centers. And it's not a thing to farm it off. You can't give you 6 months. You have to you need to still get the
There's a new law that's out that has to do with housing affordability. I was just reading about it last night. I don't see a big surge in home builders at the moment, but the law basically makes it more affordable. Big builders, big investors, I should say, can't own more than 300 homes. They are excluded from buying more. So they've been scooping up these houses, short sales and stuff, and it makes the or something like, I want to say 3 million homes short of what's needed for the housing. So that makes prices exceedingly higher than is affordable. Interest rates are high, so a lot of people that have, like myself, I have a 3% mortgage. I'm not going to sell and take on a 6% mortgage. That would just be stupid. So you have all of that inventory that no one wants to sell, so they have to build all these new homes, but they're not affordable. So they created this law. The point is, I don't see it reflected in housing home builder stocks at the moment. So we'll stay away from that for now. The banks do look good though. Banks are all moving higher. Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Citigroup looks real, Wells Fargo looks really good. Squeeze about to break out. Probably sees 100 by September, if not sooner.
Not looking for approval. Even from our team.
Okay, what else is working today? What else?
It does mean.
Okay, Palantir obviously is up 26%. Having a good day, Palantir. Zebra Technologies gapping up. Notice the wick on the top of these candles. Marvell, Teradyne, Leidos.
It's too often that founders are not ready for this, rocket ship and scale, and they turn to experts. They hire someone who was at a scalable company like an Amazon or Google. That is, I know so many founders who have gone through painful, disasters that way, if not on the other side, because nobody can come in and teach your organization to scale. Every single organization is going to scale in a different way. Yahoo, I was at Yahoo when they had 35 employees, I counted the phone list. And Yahoo scaled in its own way, and that's beautiful, and so did Amazon. So you can't bring that
XMTR.
DNA in, you've gotta unfortunately develop it. And so I would say learn from the concept, find best practices, and then test them, inside your own organization. And I love this idea that someone who worked close with me said, spreading my vampire blood. So I would use non-scalable ways to scale. I would pick someone from the ranks who was like me. They were this kind of expert witness. They talked when they shouldn't, they thought they had all the right answers, and sometimes they did. And I would make them my tech assistant, and I would have them follow me around, learn everything I did, and then I would give them a really big responsibility and see if they, sink or swim. I like to over promote people. That's a great game mechanic, because if you over promote somebody to the point that they're scared, they're like, holy shit, they gave me this whole P&L, what are they doing?
XMTR.
I guarantee you they're gonna put way more time and effort into it than someone who's doing you a favor because they've been doing this with their eyes closed with Amazon. So there's so many of these mechanics, but you're gonna have to try them, see if they stick, and reinvent them inside of your own organization. And that's beautiful. That's what culture is. Culture isn't something that you get out of a book or you come up with out of thin air. Culture is, Yahoo like culture, and India sort of does it, does it.
What do you need, kitty cat?
Something that is
I fed you.
blood and, sweat with every hill that you took. So I tell everyone here, you're right on neat culture.
All right. Palantir still hanging out at the high.
More important things to worry about when you're heating and cooling. And an energy efficient Lennox heat pump makes it easier to focus on what matters. Because no matter the climate.
Okay, Microsoft looking very strong. Microsoft.
To keep you comfortable year after year. Research and test facilities demonstrate exactly what you talk about matters. In real bathroom, everyday impacts, structural settling, and heavy use put constant pressure on walls and floors. You're putting Party Backer and competitive boards through a rigorous strength test. Party Backer remains the #1 best-selling tile backer among trade pros, trusted in over 40 million kitchens and bathrooms. Give your tile job the superior strength it deserves. Build with Party Backer.
Microsoft starting to flag at the moment. Oh, Jesus. What is wrong with these people? Okay, Microsoft looks good. Apple, looking for an opportunity on Apple.
YSS. AAOX. BELO. AAOI. YSS.
There we go.
AAOX.
There we go. That's the right one. Was looking for that pre-market high. I don't like this grid. Can I turn this grid off? How do I turn this grid off? How do I turn the grid off? Settings. Canvas.
PM minus.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's much better. Much better. Okay, so we're starting to consolidate at the high. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft again on the move.
AMIX halted to the upside.
AM minus.
Okay.
Our board, our investors,
AM minus.
this is how I'm saying, even writing this book. But one plan, we have movement called improving better living. That's the framework. That's what I sold to my publisher, Herbert Collins.
DAIC.
Whatever, other. I think, guys, it's not right. It's right to see the flag. So much more important. But the world doesn't like change, especially not people who put a lot of work in one direction. If the team is building this one product, they don't want to hear us in the morning. You just changed your mind in the last week. And part of the battle is bringing the thought. Part of the battle is realizing that you need to do that, not losing too many soldiers on the way. But I think that we've got to be creative, have a intellectual to the most successful two signal outcome, not harmony. You got to decide, am I choosing harmony or am I choosing unity? And can I accept the pain? I mean, I've been called by a certain venture capitalist called the controversial CEO. I am, because, I do disruptive things. And, if you do disruptive things that are wrong, well, okay, you're controversial for a bad reason. But if you have high reputation doing right, then I think the kind of CEO that he sees, it's just that.
Okay, it's 11:20. We keep getting orb signals on Microsoft, among others. Microsoft looking really strong. You can tell that institutions been buying lately.
This generation,
DAIC.
Okay, Palantir. Palantir looks good. ARM Holdings, number 2 on the NASDAQ 100. Looks like it's about to break out. Watch ARM here. Needs to get above 272. 272.50 or so. 272.75.
AMIX may resume in less than a minute.
ARM looks like it wants to go, right? Microsoft looking strong. ARM Holdings. Pre-market high is way down here. 254. Almost 20 points now. It looks like it wants to keep going though.
AMIX may rise in 10 seconds.
Rather than buying new, I'm managing existing positions and reducing my exposure. I did buy some Palantir January 40 deltas. Why is I don't hear any pulse alerts? Probably because it's not working right now. It looks like.
ETGN.
ARM looks like it wants to go.
LITX.
ETGN.
LITX. AFX.
Okay, Tesla. Tesla looking good here. Amazon. Amazon. Don't need Bollingers.
LITX.
DAIC.
Amazon. Microsoft. Okay. JP Morgan, Home Depot. Home Depot. That's a buy on Home Depot. Let's see, Home Depot. Home Depot looking good. Back to the 200-day, needs to break higher. I have October options. Palantir looks good. ARM Holdings at the high, not much to say here. The market's, a lot of these stocks have taken off to the upside, so I don't want to chase anything. Teradyne. When I was at my mom's house, I met a fellow from, worked for Textron. I didn't realize what they're doing. They build the light infantry vehicles, put them all together. They test them out. Slidell, Louisiana, big plant. Would have never known that had I not met this fellow. All right, watching Textron. Let's see, LITE, trending back to the opening range high. Intel looks strong today. Selling premium down below is what I was thinking about doing last week. I never got into those put credits, but that looks good.
Say less than 10 seconds.
S&P 500. Okay, we made it above that 6,900 level. 6,950 was it? All right, so 7710. $77.10, $77.31 tagged on the futures. Microsoft looking really strong here. Microsoft very strong, showing that institutions are picking up shares. They just keep buying. Makes sense. Microsoft was in the doghouse for months. A long time. Microsoft was in a doghouse for a long time. Now that it's out of the doghouse, it's obvious with their earnings, with Azure making $100 billion for the first time ever. Makes sense that institutions would start accumulating shares. Let's look at the weekly. All right, so we're almost back up to the highs, Microsoft. So for the last year, basically, the last year, 12 months, underperforming until we got back to last week into this week. I wouldn't buy it right now, but I would be looking for a dip. You can see over here back in 2025, when they had a very similar circumstance, we pushed higher, said the same thing. I would like to buy a dip, and it just kept going. There was no stopping it. It just kept going. So it's possible that Microsoft could keep going. So if you're holding on to options or you're holding on to shares, maybe you want to sell covered calls if you're holding on to shares. If you get taken out, you can always get back in, but you get adding extra premium in addition to the appreciation in your stock price. So looks very strong. Okay, so Microsoft, yep. Okay, looks like Broadcom wants to keep going. Broadcom, okay, back above the 10 EMA weekly. The 60-minute looks good. We're a little extended, so I wouldn't buy it up here, but I would be interested in buying, being that it's above the 50-day. That's what we needed. We sold over here into that 407.50 rejection at the green line, that 50-day, and the upper Bollinger Band. We sold into that strength. and we're looking for it to get back above the 50-day to get back in it. So it's taking out these pivots. It's above the 50-day. RSI is rising. So everything looks good for Broadcom. What were earnings? Broadcom earnings. Broadcom earnings, ABGO. Okay, Broadcom 62% earnings growth, 48% revenue growth. Okay, they report again on September 2nd, so you got a month.
BMIS.
Okay, so they're looking for about a $7 billion increase. You see that? The company's looking for a $7 billion increase to 29.4 billion. They reported 22. They're forecasting approximately 29. So Broadcom most likely will continue. All right. So that looks really good. So Broadcom, if you're thinking about a swing, I'm thinking about a swing as well. You got a month until earnings. They're looking to beat by 7 billion or to add $7 billion in revenues. That's pretty good. Just like Microsoft added 100 billion on Azure alone, not to mention, I think they added 30 million subscribers, I think they said, Microsoft. Let's see. Microsoft. Okay, Azure was a big beat, right? This year, Azure revenue surpassed 100 billion for the first time. Okay. And Microsoft 365 Copilot reached 30 million paid seats. Those two sentences right there are enough to compel Microsoft to much higher value. I just wouldn't buy it at the moment. I'd wait for a dip. If you already have a position, maybe you hold on to it. If we start to peak in the next day or two, you can take some profits off into strength, but it looks really strong. Let's look at Palantir, see what he had to say. Alex Karp. Palantir, 215% earnings growth. Wow. Oh boy. That's cool.
LITX, SNTU, WLL.
Commercial revenue grew 149% year over year. 215% earnings growth. What's not to like? Okay, so that looks good. Palantir, flagging at the high, Palantir. Okay, everything is flagging at the moment. Microsoft's still hanging in there. But wait for a B and C pivot at this point. Seems to be the right thing to do. ARM Holdings. I want to buy some ARM. ARM Holdings. Did we just look at ARM? What was I just looking at? ARM Holdings. October 28th. ARM Holdings.
BMIS.
Second quarter, they're expecting second quarter GAAP earnings of 43 to 50 cents. They reported 66 cents, so that's a little light for ARM for the second quarter. Earnings growth looks good, so I'll pass on ARM for now. Broadcom is what we just looked at, right? Broadcom.
BMIS.
SNXX, SNTG, AMIX.
So they want 7 billion more. Okay, so the company said it expects quarter. All right, so let me just take a snapshot of this. Broadcom. That's good to go. Broadcom's probably going to go here. It's at the high of the day right now. I just don't want to buy it right now.
AMIX.
Okay, you can see over on the right here, this threshold right here. Okay, the top of this band. If we break above that, it's already above the 50-day, so this looks pretty good. Looks pretty good for Broadcom. I just wouldn't buy the high of the day right now. I'm waiting to see if we get a little dip that we can buy Broadcom. Okay, additional stocks that are looking fairly. SanDisk is coming up the list. I saw Mondo posting SNXX. SNXX, SNXX. Okay, that looks really good. Let's look at SNDK. SNDK. It's almost like the script has flipped. Okay, we got SNDK with earnings tomorrow.
LASC halted.
Tomorrow earnings, SNDK.
SNXX. SNTU.
Fourth quarter of 30 to 33.
SNTG.
So that's $6 per share. They're looking for $6 more tomorrow. I could see them beat that for sure.
SNTG. SFCX.
Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom looks like it wants to go right here. $77.10. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Grover looking good. Wow.
ATGM.
AOX. SNTU. LITX. SNTG. SFCX. LITX. SFCX.
Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom is going here. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. Looking good on Broadcom.
LASD may resume in less than a minute. AUX. AOI. KOTK.
Okay, Broadcom. SanDisk has earnings tomorrow. Broadcom breaking out.
LASC may rise in 10 seconds. KOTK.
All right.
SNTU. SNXX. AOX. CX. LASC halted.
Okay, looking good. Broadcom. Looking for the breakout. Finally back above the 50-day.
SNCX.
Okay, got a nice look to Broadcom. Broadcom looks good.
LITX. LASC may resume in less than a minute. RCU.
Broadcom, let's see, Broadcom.
SC may res in 10 seconds. SEFM. RCU. RBLS. AMIS vaulted to the upside. AMIS.
Okay, so that looks good. Broadcom breaking higher.
IC. AMIS.
Intel back above 100. There goes Broadcom. Whoa, looking good. All right, so I'll add to this. I just bought some Broadcom for September. It's just too bullish right now. It's breaking out. There's a possibility it pulls back a little bit, but I'll just add to it. So I bought September. Was it 40 deltas? September, I bought the 48 deltas. Okay, Broadcom.
AMIS. RCU.
Broadcom.
AMIS. TKGC.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of just go back to what I was saying before. You know, I think people are still investing as if it's status quo. Yeah, and I think especially on the AI piece, people continue to invest in their massive sums of money despite volatility and public capital because people see some ROI. Well, I think they're going to keep for the long term. When you see that hope, like if you see this kind of sell the thing,
WAR Walton.
it's like, yeah, yeah. And I think that investors maybe aren't even looking at the geopolitical situation I read right now. It's wrong, but it's all may not be over today, but it's
AOX.
we don't want to
MSTX.
use the term, but maybe the inflation that resulted from higher oil prices is critical, and that would be behind us. So let's get back to focusing on earnings.
AMIX may resume in less than a minute.
What are we trading back at 60? But I think that thing, again, I still think that's temporary, but the problem is, the longer the temporary goes on, it could be the before we
Looking good. S&P 500.
just tell me where you think the second half takes us in terms of
S&P 500.
INTW. AMIX may res in 10 seconds.
So that means, as far as I'm concerned, we're going to do this sideways action. Yeah. I mean, if we do get to 8,000, that doesn't seem entirely unreal.
Crazy.
The S&P's already up 9.5%. That would be 15% a year for it. I think if you continue to follow the money, where the billions of dollars are being spent, stay on infrastructure, that's aerospace and defense, that's power, and now it's on healthcare people. Right, $236 billion in space first half this year, 90% increase over last year, the most since 2021. There's some, but yeah, you've seen that in the market. You've seen that location.
AMIX.
AMIX.
Exactly what you're saying. There's a lot of rotation. You just have to shoot things in AI infrastructure.
Looks good.
Take some thought. Rotating areas where they do some rotation. I'm just saying. This area is not maybe see that explosive zone.
Okay, looks good.
AMIX.
There's the monthly time frame. I gotta adjust this, but we're right on track. We're right on track. Okay, so average about 20 years between major consolidations or bear markets. The cyclical bull market's been underway since 2009. So can we get to 2029? Another 3 years?
TSAT.
When it's completely abstract, is that people don't know what to do, and the algorithms are you can have bad news. You can have rates of 4.5%. But if the market goes over the rate,
WAR may resume in less than a minute.
that's good for the market. It will have to rally from the February to the end of the year. To get back to 75. factoring in, right? I'm not really sure what else could happen other than maybe slows down.
SHLS.
I don't think any of those things, I think they're fine. Right, they're done. Unless there's another geopolitical. Listen,
MUAR may res in 10 seconds.
I really think that, okay, it's all great conversation. We're gonna run out of time now. But, I'd like to, you know, I'm gonna cut to death and we're gonna circle around. You know, maybe get here, have this conversation and kind of see where it's all turned out.
So the larger cycle, we could see 2029.
SHLS.
I appreciate, it's hard to watch. But maybe it's
AMIS.
impossible to- Chop and let me figure it out. In the free signature.
SHLS. ORCU.
They say they're just ways to the genius is that
CRWG.
No. No. The expert cocktail shit. Still G.
These are the things that I always.
AMIS.
CRWG.
That would be great. Big spread up. That and.
WhatsApp photos, Boston chat. Photo buckets, WhatsApp integration. Photos, people shared in the group chat. Upload to the group.
AMIS.
Never lose it. Stop yours.
ORCU.
All right. Broadcom at the highs right now. Looks really good. Broadcom. Hope everyone's having a good day. What time? It's 12, almost 12 o'clock, huh? 12 o'clock. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Tuesday, August the 4th. Just been taking some notes and marking up some charts.
AMIS.
ORCU.
How do you compare the popular growth from a decade this whole itself?
ORCX.
You know, interesting question, like the first thing.
GENI.
Probably the most important thing is the amount of energy sector and risk management is huge. So we have an amazing kind of risk team inside this company, and the way that we think about cyber security world is extremely important. And everything that we're trying to do is like evolve. What are the rules that they're doing about?
ORCX.
All right, Broadcom at the highs. Okay, this looks really, really good. Broadcom. Broadcom. The banks look good. Everything is working. Okay, let's just check one more time and see what's going on here. Okay, Palantir still number one, up 26% and consolidating. I have a feeling Palantir is going to do something similar to to Microsoft.
ORCU.
Broadcom. All right, so back in Broadcom. Nice. I was going to sell some premium overhead. Market's too strong. All right, let's see what this looks like. Jeez. Market's too strong.
ETGM. ETGM.
All right, this bullish cycle should last, I would say, a few more days, I would think. Okay, let's see what net open interest looks like. Net open interest, non-zero day, we got 7,800.
AM minus.
Okay, let's see. Net call positions, 7,000. Wow, this market is crazy strong.
AM minus.
Netflix, not cooperating. We would like to see Netflix do something.
N by S.
CU. CU. TE. CU.
N by S.
CS. TE.
ATGM.
ORCU.
Okay, so it's 12:12. Let me switch channels here. I'm sure most of you are aware we're in a bullish cycle right now with the S&P. On top of that, we have positive gamma.
ATGM.
But you
So we
probably
should
wish
continue to
you
see
didn't have to
upside
post these things
for a few more days, I would think.
You did. Palantir and Caterpillar, they are two of the undoubted stock.
Looks really good.
Today.
Well, you always want to capture a 27% intraday return in an equity name. But when I pull the lens back and I look at the work that the ETF has done in terms of allocating towards Palantir, you got
Apple consolidating. Looks like it wants to go.
$16 in January 24.
Apple looks like it wants to go.
I think we're
If it gets above 307,
and the ability for Palantir to exceed those expectations.
looks like institutions are buying, so I would make sure you have enough time. Apple looks good though.
To rebuild positioning.
Let's see, Apple.
So it's an example of the market or an individual equity in terms of positioning getting caught on the wrong foot. And I think that's clearly what happened. And again, I mentioned this to you yesterday, Jimmy. The multiple has cheapened dramatically. It was 247 on October 31st. At its drop several weeks ago, you're talking about mid-60s.
Deutsche upgrades Palantir to a buy from Poland. How do you guys think about a stock that you don't own that hasn't obviously had a good run at all? It's still well off of its highs, but does this feel like a potential, using that word reset again, that Scott Rubner was talking about, a reset?
Palantir was a major momentum stock. I do own it in my personal account, so while we don't own it for clients, it was just too expensive from a price to sales basis. I think prior to SpaceX coming public, it was the most expensive price to sales company in the index. And I think it was the momentum darling for a long time. There was an unwind there. Now we're getting back to fundamentals. Alex Karp came on and basically said, we have absolutely smashed numbers, right? I mean, it's hard not to be enthusiastic with their
Palantir looks like it's going to break out again. Palantir. I'll be adding to Palantir. This is breaking higher.
Fundamental underpinnings to the story. We sold Apple, which was relatively held up well and got way overweight for us, and bought SK Hynix 2 weeks ago on the show on the 50% re-rating. There's going to be opportunities with the volatility. This one could have been because the unwind of the hedge fund. I think, there was a lot that underlied that.
Watching Palantir at the moment.
Clearing event in and of itself,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I think the market's been up every day since.
100%. That is
Palantir. Palantir
Go ahead.
closed 220. Palantir closed. I want people to understand this. That conniption that Alex Karp threw on Squawk Box the other day. Yeah, it was good theater and it was fun for the memes and the lols, but that resonates in the Fortune 500, where Palantir is on the that message where you're going to what we do to add traffic and just that they're not going to launch products. People are heated up. They closed 220 deals worth at least $1 million, 98 deals that were 5 million or more, and 73 deals that were $10 million or more.
Wow.
Customer count is now over 1,000, and these are gigantic U.S. Customers predominantly, but all over the world. The commercial customers are 653. This is a business that is proving every day the fallacy of SaaSpocalypse. And this idea that everyone's just going to say, all right, you know what? I'll let Anthropic do everything. It's not going to happen that way. And Palantir is waking up all of the other software stocks, which we can get into, because people are looking at that and saying, oh, wait a minute. Maybe we don't have 200 companies that are definitely going bankrupt after all. Well, I mean, they did have overall revenues up 93%. So that is, I think, a little bit of evidence as to where their business is is trending.
Let me give you a little quick roadmap on what potentially happens here with Palantir.
Palantir looks good.
It's not a momentum stock. It peaked in November of last year. So that's something that's actually beneficial to those that are stepping into the stock today. Why do I say that? Because if you're looking at a 12-month forward period for momentum, you get very quickly to the month of November and you begin to roll off those high prices. By January and February, you're at 120. So momentum funds will come back very quickly once again into this name over the next several months.
So speaking of resets, should we talk about Microsoft? We should. That rally continues. Stock's up 7% this week.
It's obvious institutions are buying these names that were beaten down. Where would you buy if you were an institution putting billions of money, billions of dollars worth of stock to work? I'd be buying at the lows with lots of potential, especially after that those comments from Alex Karp about all the customers they're adding, the revenue that they're anticipating, the revenue they already had for the quarter, looking great. ARM Holdings, I'm gonna pass on ARM Holdings. I'm gonna look at a couple of these other names that I saw last night. Okay, these look good. All right. FIVN breaking out. 5.9.
Take this and bearing in mind that yes, they are no longer an asset like
5.9. C Limited, looking good. C Limited.
Can I expand on that? Also, the worst performing mega cap stock. And one thing that Andy Guess did better than anybody else, right? Which is a clearly articulated.
Let's see, what is this? PFF. PFF is the ETF, right? Preferred stock ETF. Looking good.
Yeah, it's a gap on this one, which to me was a great story.
Well, that's why the stock closed above
Bullish in a bullish cycle. KBWB. KBWB.
The lockup later this week. The stock is up almost 10%. Ahead of that, the Dean of Valuation, Aswat Motorin, NYU, closing bell with me yesterday, says it's closer to a buy now than a sell. There's what the stock has done since the IPO. It hasn't been pretty. So you got earnings, you got lockups. Lockups have been the story more than the
I don't know if
trying
we
to
have
game out earnings. It's all been about the lockup.
I don't know if we have full price discovery yet as it relates to the lockup. So I think 20 to 30% is coming off now. More is coming off later. That said, the four metrics that get my attention are Starlink connectivity and margin.
EQ, ELVN, ELVN, Elvin. Therapeutics breaking out.
Those are the four things that they're going to message about. We'll see how those come out. They could be a huge driver given what we're seeing today on clear messaging. However, you still don't have the complete price discovery yet.
Outperform RBC 225, outperform Bernstein 239, buy Deutsche 255. You do have a Susquehanna goes neutral at 170. I think they're in the, I don't know, too hard to sort of figure this one out for the long term yet.
Look, I'll embrace risk just as much as the next person, but to have a remarkably strong degree of conviction on where you believe this is going, when options is pricing in a 15% move, and we have this extended period of lockup for sale, I just don't see how you get that conviction. You could have the conviction and the belief that long term, down the road, this is going to be a multi-trillion-dollar company because Elon's done it before. Great, I'll grant you that. But I think this is a classic example of I really have no idea what the right price for this stock is, where we are at this moment. And yet, when I agree with you, and this is a stock I'd love to own. I don't think I'm going to get enough information tomorrow to pull the trigger, but I do want to push back on one thing that we've been talking about a lot, not just you, Joe, but the lockups.
days before, lockup. And that just makes the whole thought process, I think, a little more difficult. So a couple of interesting notes today regarding the broadening that we have seen. SocGen says we prefer the S&P equal weight. S&P 500 going to 8,000. Bank of America talks about more signs of a broadening. You did have the equal weight at a record high today. I sort of use that as a way to get to a new buy from Josh Brown. It just speaks to optimism outside of the biggest stocks within the market, whether it's in tech or comp services, all around the AI trade for chips and elsewhere. It's Marriott, which is a new buy. Tell me why.
This is a name that's been on the best stocks of the market list for most this year. I bought the dip. It's in a 14% pullback from its high, but still fairly comfortably in its longer term uptrend. I do have a stop in place. This is a trade. I looked at the reason the stock fell after earnings, and what they basically said was the Middle East, which, whatever. So it's not a huge part of their business. It was enough for them to shave a penny or two off of the quarter. But the reality is they raised guidance for the full year on both earnings and revenue. And I don't think we'll be talking about the Middle East if and when this stock can regain its old highs. So I waited for my opportunity, and I think we're in it.
You used to have this.
I did. A while back, we had this, I agree with Josh, in the midst of a pullback really on a geopolitical shock more than anything else. Very strong global economy. This is a best of breed brand. A really supportive place.
Nike downgraded to, I should hit that too. Nike downgraded to underweight from neutral, JP Morgan. That's from Matt Boss, who's going to be with me, by the way, on Closing Bell. So that's a notable call. So I guess we'll take a break. Coming up, our calls of the day, 2 downgrades for 2 committee retail names. We'll debate it when we come back.
Kind of hard to short this. This market is just too bullish. Palantir looking good. Broadcom above the 50-day at the highs. Broadcom. Broadcom looks good.
AOX.
And put this book out to give people a cheat code to say the odds are not the
Like
same.
one of the
for
most
everybody.
hated stocks in the
If you
market
can-
and like that setup. This is a guy who has in multiple industries consolidated
Yeah, OXO.
gigantic companies. This is the newest project. I have a very small position here, but I am actively looking to add to it.
Okay, Cummins, they had earnings. They beat and raised, right? Take a look at the stock. Maybe they did. Their net sales rose. They did raise their revenue growth outlook. What's wrong with why the stock wasn't doing that?
The gross margin's light, 26.1% versus the expectations of 27.1%. I also think you have to think about positioning here. Again, this is a
S&P 500.
well-
Crazy.
And it's now vulnerable to not exceeding lofty expectations post earnings and a little bit of a deleveraging process. I think that's what's in front of us.
Markets just keep going.
One Oak, they did a beat and raise. You own that, right?
Yeah,
You just added that in the rebound. We talked about that.
We added that. There's two names to think about. It's One Oak and it's
NBLL.
EQT when you think about natural gas production and transmission. You can see year to date, One Oak is up 17%. So it has had relative outperformance to the price of natural gas. Very strong momentum. This earnings report I thought was good enough. I'm surprised by the reaction. Maybe it is the energy sector in totality that's pulling down the name.
Yeah, I would say the other be doing that to sort of everything today, given what's happening.
It would, but this was a decent enough earnings report for a stock that has proven itself in what has been a difficult environment surrounding the natural gas commodity itself. I would stay with One Oak. I would certainly stay with EQT. I think those are the two winners. Very strong balance sheets as well.
Choppy chart, obviously year to date still up better than 17%. What do you think of the Williams deal? Buying Momentum Midstream, $5.5 billion. You just added Williams also.
The street likes it. Again, guilty until proven innocent sometimes when we put on some of these energy names. Williams is a name that, look, I don't think of it in particular as going to be one of our hyper momentum names, but it's in the energy universe that's seeing, number one, the strong quality characteristics, and then number two, a really strong performance year to date, up 20%.
Joe, don't be leaving out.
Jimmy wants to comment on this.
I mean, you went through all these names and you left out Cheniere, which is mine, which you're adding to, and I know you like it, and I think you should like it because one of the
Tell him what he
long-term,
should like, what he should like.
give me a little,
Maybe let him out on-
give me a little artistic license here, if you will.
All right, go ahead.
Look, the long-term outcome of the Middle East is that we're going to be sourcing natural gas from the U.S. to go to Asia and Europe, and Cheniere is the export terminal that will produce that liquefied natural gas.
All right, let's do best stocks in the market according to Josh Brown. Today,
Oh, I
the
love this
spotlight is on two biotechs. Tell us which ones.
Yeah, so we published this yesterday, and we wanted to do something that had nothing to do with data centers and GPUs, and just take a break from that whole AI CapEx world that we've been living in for so long. And we wanted to talk about stocks that are working away from that. And Insight is the first one we'll talk about. Not only is this name on the best stocks in the market list, it's also in a more selective list. It's in my Porterhouse portfolio. And it's not hard to understand why. When they reported earnings last week, revenue came in at 1.67 billion, adjusted earnings of 309. The estimate for earnings was $2.12. They absolutely crushed. Management raised full year net sales guidance as well. And basically, this is a company that was thought of as a one-drug company that now has a pipeline with 9 or 10 drugs in different stages of trials, all of which look like they could be huge winners for the company. And that's why you're seeing the guidance increase. So I think this one's pretty simple. Traders can watch that 109 area. That's where the 50-day sits. I would treat it as an alert, not an automatic sell. If I'm a little bit longer term, I look at the 200-day around 101. Below $100, the uptrend is over, and you probably want to be trading something else. Above, I think you need to be long this name. Biogen's the other. This is a company that just beat top and bottom line expectations. They have no GPU, Judge, no LMs. This is, believe it or not, a company in the healthcare space, and yet able to put up massive numbers. Earnings came in 18% above consensus. Forward guidance is going higher as well. This is one of the granddaddies of publicly traded biotech stocks. It has knocked on 218 multiple times, has not broken through. I think we're going to make another attempt at 218, a clean close above that level. This stock is in a bona fide breakout. Traders can use 190 as support. Investors can anchor to the 200-day at 183. Again, look at these trends. Above those levels, I think you'd rather be long than out. And both of these names, I think, continue to work based on not only the portfolios of drugs and the catalysts, but just the fact that these stocks are under accumulation. Once again, away from tech, away from hyperscalers.
S&P still going.
And bringing in new shareholders.
You have Insight, yes. We purchased Insight in October at $93, recognizing building momentum, quality company, $24 billion market cap. The thing that I really appreciate about the recent performance and the earnings report is I don't think the analyst community has a great only 44% of the analyst community have a buy rating on it with a 12-month price target of 128. That's a great setup for me. I like that. People are looking at the other direction, not realizing what Josh is identifying and what the ETF purchased in October.
Barron's talking about biotech today. They say more biotech M&As coming, whether the AstraZeneca Bristol deal happens or not, which was much talked about, obviously, yesterday and speculated upon based on some reporting. So you own AstraZeneca. As we also note that healthcare was the best performing sector of the past 3 months. Wolf suggests that a consolidation was inevitable. Was this a pause that resets and then reignites?
I'd like to think so, because I've got a lot of pharmaceutical and biotech exposure. And I think the AstraZeneca deal would be good. I'm clearly in the minority in that opinion, given how the stock reacted yesterday. But I think you buy a stock in Bristol Myers that's exceptionally cheap, good dividend yield, and there actually is a pipeline. Granted, it's going to take a few years to develop, but there is a good pipeline out there, particularly in cardiovascular, which complements things that AstraZeneca has going, particularly oncology. I think it's a great tie-up.
Robbie, you have Amgen and Gilead. They both report after the bell today.
Yeah, and I mean, these companies have dominant franchises in various things. I think the exciting thing about Amgen is that they're entering the GLP-1 space, and there could be some upside there. They're one of the best pipelines in the business. They're not expensive, pay a 3% dividend yield. Gilead's kind of an ignored company. I mean, it's up 8% year to date, but it trades at 16 times as one of the best oncology franchises out there. And obviously, Biktarvy is the main HIV treatment that's out there. So
What about Lilly for tomorrow before the bell, which you have too?
yes,
One of the larger market cap names within
it's
there.
certainly cheapened quite a bit since its peak pricing was trading upwards of 50 times, down in the low 30s now. We expect, north of 30% revenue growth, 50% growth in their obesity platform, which is dominant. And so, I think they're going to get approval on some of their further drugs soon, which could lead to a catalyzer to even further upside in that franchise.
There's a lot going on in this space today. Give me Merck, guys, please. They lifted their sales forecast. There's no direct ownership on the desk, but the CEO is going to be on Mad Money with Jim tonight to talk about the quarter. Stock's up 1 1/3%. Again, I said they lifted their sales forecast on the strength of newer drugs. You'll hear from the CEO this evening with Jim. Pfizer was a beat. Vertex raised their annual forecast. You want to take Vertex?
Vertex we just purchased, we now have an 11.7% weighting to healthcare. Healthcare rather continuing to increase. Eli Lilly, that's a must-own trillion-dollar, basically biotech company. It's the anchor of ownership in healthcare and really dominant over Novo Nordisk, gaining significant market share. Also added Quest Diagnostics and Humana, two other names to think about, along with existing positions like Rob mentioned already, we already own.
Okay, we do have a developing story around Amazon. Dom
Falls into the upside.
has that for us. What is this news about, Dom?
All right, earlier this morning, Scott, gang, we brought you a news alert regarding a lawsuit, an antitrust lawsuit being brought by the New Jersey Attorney General, Jennifer Davenport, for a filing made in U.S. District Court in New Jersey, alleging that Amazon uses, again, their dominant power to unlawfully maintain power over their delivery service partner, or DSP drivers. We now have a response from Amazon with regard to the case being brought by the New Jersey Attorney General. This is attributable to Steve Kelly, the spokesperson for Amazon. Steve goes to say, quote, "This complaint is not founded in fact. The Attorney General's characterization of the DSP program and the claims about working conditions are just wrong. The truth is DSPs are independent business owners who make their own decisions about hiring, fleet management, and
That's New Jersey. What a joke.
The Attorney General bothered to look at the facts, they would have also seen that the vast majority of routes are finished on time or early, built on real-world data, accounting for stop complexity, traffic, and geography. DSPs manage their driver's workday and route execution, and DSP employees are free to choose their employer and associate with who they want, full stop." He goes on to say, "Despite our cooperation, the Attorney General's office did not raise the central claims in this complaint with us before filing suit. They chose a press conference over a conversation or real effort to understand the truth, but we're confident the facts will speak for themselves."
Oh, man.
So a really forceful, I guess, response to the
Wow.
NGAG's suit against them, against specifically, Scott, their delivery service partner network. Will bring in more.
That's pretty wild.
Again, Amazon shares are weaker on the day compared to the rest of the market. Also, I think
They're turning back. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple going. Shit, Apple. Did I buy Apple?
Stock, this seems unrelated to this story altogether. It was already lower, given a little bit back after eclipsing 3 trillion in market cap.
Come on,
for the very
Apple.
First time ever. So a stock that was already down gets a little bit of news around it, but these types of stories tend to have
Apple going.
impact, I think, on the overall trajectory of a share price.
I absolutely agree. I think the thing that really generates price movement in Amazon is what's going on in the AI trade. And I'm looking
Apple going.
as you said,
All right, bought some Apple 320s.
it takes less than 3 years to recoup that investment, and from there on, it's all gravy. Those are really good numbers. That's what's important to the stock.
Josh, how about this market? I'm looking at we're close to 1,000 points on the Dow. The Nasdaq's up better than 2%. Momentum's back. There's the Palantir story. There's the Caterpillar story to this bull market story in general. That anything that has really stepped in the way of this market from time to time, and if you want to back it up, guys, if you want to back up the S&P, for example, for gosh, at least a year. I mean, you can go a couple of years if you want or whatever. The idea that V-shaped recoveries.
Okay, Apple.
The most common sign of this particular bull market. You can go all the way back until Liberation Day when things felt lousy.
Apple.
And the market recovered. And then you can pick the next big moment and things felt lousy and the market recovered. And we have been in a, rinse and repeat sort of mode, Josh, throughout this bull market. That will be one of the underlying characteristics of this.
November.
I think the thing that's changed amongst the investor class in the last 5 years is that it's got significantly younger. It's not because older people aren't investing. It's because their sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters have increasingly become a more important part of the participation in equities. That's because they have jobs, they're in 401ks, they have disposable income, they have stock options for companies they work for. And we have a lot of these people in that demographic as clients. And the fundamental difference is when the market is volatile, if they call us at all, the call is like, I want to get more money in. That is and I'm sure Rob can confirm that and Leventhal, like, that is the
S&P is doing crazy stuff right now. Oh my God. Look at this.
Yeah, so when Trump does something on Truth Social, we're gonna hit him hard. We're gonna drop bombs. So the oil price spikes, or there's like quote unquote uncertainty about Kevin Warsh or whatever.
S&P, geez. Are we going to go to 7,900 today?
They're sending emails. Yo, I have another $40,000. What? How quickly?
Holy smokes.
They don't care about Leonardo Ashton. None of these things face that. They're not thinking about that. Because all they know for 5 years is, oh, I get it. When my dad gets nervous and I buy, I'm up 10 days later. They know how it works, and that's a mentality shift. And it was not that way for the first 20 years of my career. It's a very new phenomenon, but it's fascinating to watch.
This market's taken on a lot over that span of this current, leg of this bull market. Today, you have the largest tariffs in like 80 years. Okay, the market hated it, but it figured out a way to deal with it.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Escalating oil prices, market hates it, right? Is this the thing that's gonna end up this pretty good economic and earnings story? Is it gonna hurt margins to a degree that your input costs are rising so much you're not gonna be able to figure it out? We have the ability, these incredible companies in this country, to deal with a lot of stuff. And that's representative on that chart as much as anything else.
It is, and I think going back to Liberation Day, the market has never once turned away from the premise that we have innovation that we have not seen in this country since the Industrial Revolution. This is a technological revolution. And, you mentioned Caterpillar's earnings before, and why are Caterpillar's earnings so important to that technology story? Because it validates the very premise that the spending is still there. The power of equipment, the need to generate the power, the spending is actually continuing. And you saw Caterpillar's earnings, and there was an effect. There was a derivative trade off of all of it. It went to the semis. It went to Quanta Services. It went to GE for Nova. It went to Vertiv. It went all the way.
Oh my gosh.
Understanding that for the last 2 years, everything has been about the technological innovation that we're being introduced to, and that the world's wealthiest corporations continue to spend on, and I don't think take care of the price. And Joe, I mean, the top 4 hyperscalers are roughly $750 billion in capex this year, going to 1.2.
Wow, this is pretty impressive.
And as I said earlier, there's no signs of any of these companies pulling back on their plans. We do a morning meeting. I asked the question this morning: what is going to stop this Pavlovian buy the dip mentality that we have today that Josh just talked about? Usually, as Louis Bacon talks about all the time, you get a pull that knocks you into a different atmosphere and changes you off this market trajectory. We've seen a number of things that could have been those bolts. I think one of the differences this time is that we've been able to desensitize to them because they've been highly anticipated. They've stayed on the front burner for a very long time. And so markets desensitize to bad news. That's why they climb walls of worry. What my team thinks, and I'm not so sure I agree, just to be honest with you, is that the change in the rate of change as it relates to earnings, meaning earnings are so high, we're seeing peak earnings, that you might start to see it roll over, and that is the catalyzer. I still think they're good enough that, we've got a valuation reset that we're going to be fine with that. So I think it's going to be something totally unexpected. And it's usually a deleveraging event, a ugly event around the just had it.
No, but it was a significant enough clearing event in the epicenter of the market that was having questions asked about it.
It just
Wow.
happened to happen at a very elegant time where there was a handoff to the other 497 happening. Also, it's not affecting the financial sector, right? I mean, that's really where bull markets end.
Apple's still going here. Apple.
This huge trading loss. So the London for JP Morgan, there's no indication of that. Knock on wood. There's no indication of major holes being blown up anywhere in any of the major financial.
I got another move I want to get to that we didn't get to yesterday, but it's a notable name. Many of you may own it. It's Disney, which Jim owns, but you sold in the most recent rebalance. And, you know, the momentum feels like it's been lost. And this is what happens when that happens. Reports tomorrow, right? What do you think about this name? And then I'll get Jim's take too, because there's the chart, which sort of is the decider.
Yeah, so if you think about Disney and you want to use the word momentum, it rarely associates itself. And there's only been two experiences in the 5+ years for the existence of the ETF that we've allocated towards Disney. Basically scratched the first time and took a small loss here. The momentum appears and then it evaporates very quickly. And I've made this comment over the last month. The momentum has appeared for one single reason: activism. It's been activism that's driven the momentum higher. So I'll turn to Jimmy. I don't really see the fundamental catalyst. I don't know where the growth is in the Disney story. I was told it was going to be in streaming, and then I was told it was ESPN, and there's been so many different places, and I just think it's an overall identity crisis. that we'll suffer
resume in
from.
less than a minute.
So complete honesty here, folks, this is what a value trap looks like, and I'm in it. Okay, and I'm not shying away from it. I'm really unhappy. I'm really tired of it. Let's see what the earnings are tomorrow. I can't make another comment about how cheap it is. It has no relevance to where the stock price is going. I see a lot.
Jimmy sounds like he's making excuses.
Maybe the studios can get going. I do think Joe streaming is a positive. However, none of what I've just said matters.
S&P 500.
And I'm tired of it. And in a year where there's a lot of gains, and I could hardly
Okay,
see
Snowflake.
offset some of the
Snowflake
gains,
is breaking out. Snowflake.
about that. But to be clear, right now I'm holding it into earn.
You've been so bullish on this story.
And eventually I get
because
punched
of
in the face so many
because of
times.
this.
All right, Apple's still pushing here. Apple.
My face is
We could bring accounts in here and have a 50-minute session if you need one. I would charge you a low rate, friends and family discount. Because I mean, I could throw a few other things. I could throw a few other things in the conversation too.
Your therapist.
What a jerk. Guess he's trying to be funny.
And I think I mentioned it around.
Palantir is still going.
Half of your Apple position is the stock had run way up, and I think you told me, if I recall, you did it before earnings.
I did.
Okay.
And Kevin will tell you, I time stamped it.
No, I'm not doubting that in any way. I'm using that as the example of what I wanted to do for people who are thinking about when to take some chips off winning trades and when to bail off losing ones.
Yeah.
You do have the ability to hang around in some stocks where the charts would make you question your sanity at times.
Yeah. Like right now.
Or others. I'm not saying this is like a trade. However, the I'm willing to stick with it because I think the market is wrong mentality
Eventually evolves to I am wrong. Okay, and that's the moment of truth that we are facing right now. And I said this yesterday. Joe and I had a very good conversation. Whatever your model of trading is, you're not going to bat 1,000%. And that's true for everyone, and it's clearly true for me. You're right, Scott. I do have patience. I have a lot of patience. I think it is the biggest virtue in investing. The problem is there's such a thin line between patience and stubbornness. And right now I'm teetering on that line. I can see that I've been too stubborn with Disney. I am going to see what happens with this earnings report, but I'm clearly telegraphing.
Okay, looks like SK Hynix putting in a decent show today.
Okay. I'm just going to say this because
All right, opening range high is just overhead. SK Hynix.
Nothing to me is more powerful or important on this program than when one of you all falls on the sword and said,
Oh, please, please. This is just getting like so. I can't take it.
Then I got it right. When it's easy in a tape like we just showed you, we can put the S&P chart back up that shows you this resilient and just carrying on bull market. It's easy to say I was right many times. And not the year to date, the bigger picture that we had up there. I was right a lot of times in a bull market because a lot of people are right because if the market's just trending up, more people are going to be right than wrong.
80%
Right?
of the time.
If you've been bullish, so those moments are the ones that I love.
I feel terrible about this. It's part of a portfolio. I'm not covering it up with that. It is important that we run portfolios because you don't always get it right. But clearly, I'm wrong on this. I think I said that before. You said what you said, Scott, and I do think. I don't think. I totally agree with you. We have to admit when we are wrong. I've been wrong on this.
There is something there, though, that's a little more important, which is momentum has been the most powerful factor in markets. And when a stock, albeit cheap, albeit having all the catalyzers Jim might be hoping for, when you're in a market of that kind, it's just not going to get paid attention to until there's some catalyzer that comes along and changes.
We have Uber, by the way, which is reporting tomorrow before the bell. I know that many of the tech names are out of the way, but it's still an important earnings season that's yet to be finished. Oliver Rennick has options action on that name from the SIBO Global Markets in Chicago because we do have some ownership on the desk. What are the options saying about what may happen here?
Hey, Scott, perhaps no surprise, traders are giving Uber the benefit of the doubt today. Despite the stock falling after 6 of its past 7 earnings reports, flows lean bullish, despite puts commanding higher premiums, which is more a function of the stock's 11-month fair market than short-term demand for downside. In fact, today we see more than twice as many calls, bought versus put, 7,700 versus about 3,500 when it came down.
Uber.
75.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I would probably sell premium Uber. 6%. 6%. So if you go 10% either side, you should be good.
Buyer of the day was someone who spent over $200,000 buying a couple hundred of 75 strike calls expiring in June next year. Scott, that's a trade that needs Uber to climb 20%.
Okay, Oliver, thank you. That's Oliver Rennick, SIBO in Chicago. Josh, what are your own expectations considering that you own the name?
Yeah, this stock falls 15% every time they report earnings. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. It doesn't matter what the guidance is because the market does not believe in their strategy and they haven't made enough progress to demonstrate that they have a strategy that's going to be durable enough. So you're going to have cyber taxi from Tesla. You're going to have Waymo in every city all over the country. Uber's answer to that is they're going to partner with every maker of every autonomous vehicle, and they're going to have different fleets all over the world, and they demonstrated their ability to sign contracts. They demonstrated their ability to drive press.
Palantir still, no, Palantir is just killing it.
And available on the
SK Hynix back to the pre-market high.
going to be more profitable in the era of autonomous versus paying human drivers. Until they can actually demonstrate it, it doesn't matter what they say on their earnings report. It's not going to help. That's why it's 16 times forward PE. It'll be 16 times forward PE probably for the next 2 or 3 quarters because we're just not there yet. So if you're long, which I am, and I've been for a long time, settle in.
All right. Well, we'll see that. Dow S&P 500 hit record highs just to keep telling you what's on the screen there. Another earnings bit, just quickly, Arista Networks is after the bell today. What are your expectations for that?
I think based off of what we've seen so far from companies like Cisco, you're going to see continued strength in communications equipment related to the AI build out. It's represented in the strong recovery of 5% for this company today. And it's part of what we're seeing where Caterpillar kind of validated the spending story.
Devin is today as well. Robbie, do you have that?
Yes, we do. Listen, I continue to expect the profitability of these companies.
EOG, Suncor, Wind is today. So all those are within our orbit. Josh, give me a final trade if you would.
I'm still on Apple, despite the fact the stock fell after earnings. I don't care. Still I'm going into year end.
Robert.
Howmet Aerospace, the little-known industrial company that dominates the turbine market.
Farmer Jim.
Alphabet, you know, it had a bad week a couple of weeks ago after earnings, and it's snapped right.
Wow, Apple just killing it. Looking good, Apple.
What do you think? I was just looking to see how many water.
Yeah, this was a 3-water day.
I mean, because
I mean, the testing thing was a little.
the anxiety was. What do you mean? You handled it great.
Thank you, but it's not a pleasant event. Thank you,
SMCX.
thank you.
You did crush a Celsius before the show. What do you got?
JB Hunt just added.
All right. All right. So we're at record highs. We'll see how we finish. We'll take you through it right to the final bell. Does it for us.
All right. That was the halftime report. Okay, SK Hynix, having a pretty good day, SK Hynix. Big range. All right, we're almost back to the middle of the range now.
And you can only submit an answer once. The first
Data
clue
minus.
yesterday was this password has to do with
AOI.
1.5 senses. Probably not enough to go off of, though that didn't stop some of you from YOLOing some guesses. Maybe today's clue will help you track. The password begins.
Okay, SK Hynix on the move. Microsoft fading a bit. Apple's still going here. Apple looks good. Apple breaking out. Okay, it looks like it's headed back above the 50-day.
Seems too unbalanced. Feelings start to attack. So that narrows it down to anything that starts with O or C. Don't factor in C, but it gets here's too fast right now. Maybe I'm going to stay here, but I'm going to wait until I get more clues before I lock in the answer. So finally, it's often people submit their answer. Go to the link in the show description. Remember, go to two of my great souls who get screwed, so go for it. I think we got a couple answers yesterday that spells like teams, teams here, and multiple ones like that, which I appreciate. But just to emphasize, this is just one word, not a phrase. Okay, the US and Japan just made it more expensive for you to travel to Tokyo. The two countries linked up to Japanese yen and stabilized the foreign currency in what Uber called one of the most dramatic interventions in global currency markets and like Trump framed the surprise move as supporting a key ally still some market turbulence, telling reporters Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor. The yen has been in a deep slump over the past year.
Falls into the upside.
Apple, love it.
Super low interest rates, spending, and high debt levels. It's alarming Japanese policymakers because a falling currency makes imports more expensive and boosts inflation, lowering people's living standards, especially now that energy has gotten so expensive from the war in Iran. Still, seems like a Japan problem. Why is America stepping in? Because just to put a point on it, this type of thing.
Apple's on the move. Wow.
Currencies, if things get to like impending crisis levels, which they are here. And the answer is, we don't actually know the motivations. Wall Street is fully concept.
Excuse me.
One of the biggest reasons is that the US is always they want to protect the bond market here. So Japan is one of the largest of US treasuries. To boost up the yen by selling treasuries, treasury prices would fall and US bond yields would go up because the prices are inversely correlated. Trump does not want that. So he actually, the Fed has this thing called Foreign International Monetary Authorities, FEMA, repo, and that allows Japanese authorities to borrow dollars against treasury securities that they own without actually selling the treasuries themselves. So this helps again get strengthened when it comes to global currency markets without the Japanese government being forced to sell U.S. treasuries. So that's the other thing too is that carry trade. Can't talk about carry trade. This is a very popular trade amongst hedge funds globally, but yet it's one of the best funding currencies.
Apple's, wow. Apple just going.
For so long. And system, if you mess with that, you run the risk of contagion spreading with global financial markets. So maybe the idea was we don't want to screw with something that's just so important, like the carry trade, and so preventing the carry trade by governments. There are more reasons, but I'll pause there. Those are two of the
Apple, jeez, crazy.
The leader for the United States in steel is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. If you don't know Bessent's background, it's literally as a currency trader. He made his name betting on currencies, specifically against currencies. Working for George Soros's investment firm, he made a fortune betting against the pound in 1982, and then made basically almost over $1 billion in 2013 in a matter of months by betting against the yen. So maybe he's married to the game and just wanted to get that cake again. So Bessent has been the spearheading figure in the United States in making this deal.
Wow, looks good. We've seen this happen before. Last time was the folding phone.
The other thing too is that again, America's always looking out for American image. $550 billion of investment into the U.S. under a trade side. That was one of Trump's biggest trade disputes. This foreign countries invested so much on U.S. soil, but again,
Apple. Okay, there goes Meta. Nice follow through. Nice follow through. S&P just off the highs of the day. Wow. Meta's going. Watch Meta here. Meta going.
Since 1986 to about 1957, but unless Japan fixes those underlying dynamics with huge debt, government spending, with all those forces that cause the yen to depreciate against the dollar in the first place, then this is going to be temporary, not solve the long-standing issues. But what it will do, and I mentioned this first, is at least temporarily make it a little more expensive for retail moving forward to retailers. Because right now it's very cheap for Americans to have to depend spending because of this currency difference with the stronger yen. Let's move on. One of the biggest pharma mergers of all time has been proposed. One set of shareholders loves it, hates it. Seneca, $260 billion is in the merger talks with Bristol Myers. The report two were chatting.
Hedge flow is still rising.
Falling 7%, while BMS jumped really 5% on the news. Should go through, not only would it be one of the biggest mergers of all time, but it would also create the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. But AstraZeneca shareholders are looking at the deal like it's a piece of cheese and dairy. They see Bristol Myers Squibb as sort of a deadbeat winner. Sure, it's got some strong preference in purified cell therapy and as well as a larger U.S. footprint.
Wow. This market's crazy.
Given the strength of AZ, we are a bit perplexed. Investors worry that the merger will slow innovation, lead to arguing that business will be better off to stay. It's not often to get a merger of this size that is this hated by investors. Bristol Myers Squibb is like the two-headed monster from Sesame Street. It has two drugs that bring in 50% of its revenue money, but and the other
Jeez. Can't help but think I need to take some things off. It's just like, I'm getting greedy now. Ooh. Broadcom, yeah, looking for that to break higher. Palantir, same thing. Still going, Palantir.
for many years for developing the drug. Investors don't think that BMS has a pipeline that is worthy of AstraZeneca spending all of this money to scoop up BMS, because they just said, you don't need it. You have a very strong pipeline. You have one of the best pipelines in all of pharma. BMS is using the patent protection for two of its blockbuster drugs. So we don't quite understand this. And then you look at
Wow. These Palantir calls that I have that are up here at overhead was out of the money by 20 bucks. Now we're getting $5 out of the money. Wow. Palantir just killing it. SK Hynix at the highs. Apple looking good. Holy smokes.
Came from the US. 69% of Bristol Myers Squibb's revenue came from the US. So ostensibly, there's a little bit of a gap there. And they can close the gap there. The US is the largest pharma market in the world. But again, a lot of people are saying that is not enough of a gap. You already are making almost half of your revenue from the US. I don't understand this geographical expansion argument. It's worked potentially in mergers in the pharma industry in the past, but that was when there was a Japanese firm that wanted to make inroads into the US that had no sales there. So that is
Okay, we're back to the 50-day. This is looking pretty sharp here. Apple. Okay, we're above the 50-day, so you know what's going on. Institutions are buying. Wow. Impressive.
states across the country. One bar owner in New York City compared the Hugo to a sizzling plate of fajitas. When it's carried through the dining room, everyone sees it and they're like, oh, I want it. Still, it's going to be a minute before it becomes the true king of summer spritzes. Campari sold 8.8 million cases. Well, Bacardi sold just
Tesla 60-minute, probably one of the best.
what is it about this drink? It's hot, it's imagination.
Tesla.
So if you go back,
Tesla turning.
Negronis, everyone's getting Negronis. Remember those hot IPAs in the Friends of Spring and college when that I pretended to like? Those were the big trends in flavor profiles and what people wanted to drink and consume. Now we're seeing more floral flavors come to the fore, vanilla, things like that. And I can't think of a more floral flavor. They got me as a composter. And then elderflower. They get rid of some of that searing and the texture of the alcohol people may, and the bitterness of the alcohol that people may balk at. It's a little refreshing and more for these floral flowery flavors like elderflower, which really gives you that. It transports you to like a meadow in the Alps is exactly what's here. Plain dark 10%. It's a positive thing. The association of bit with better weather. People underestimate the power of a garnish. So again, in that one like yours, a Hugo, you're going to get mixed and a lime. So it is just a different vibe if people are digging that vibe. The other thing too, it's just not that strong. You can drink an Hugo spritz and not be put on your butt for the rest of the day. You can still go enjoy your day. And it does seem like not only is it maybe stealing some market share from alcohol spritz, but it's also taking market share from beer. About 2/3 of the new spritz drinkers are switching from beer. So again, beer might be out as we have actually spoken about on this podcast before. And spritzes are just in general. So maybe it's a rise that floats all spritz boats right now. And the origins are very interesting. First of all, I just assume every cocktail was invented like 100 years ago, 100 years ago, or during Prohibition or things like that. People invent new cocktails, of course they do. This was invented very recently in the early 2000s by a bartender in the Italian Alps, and drew on this tradition of mixing homemade elixirs from local botanicals, native botanicals in the area, and creating these elixirs and then putting it into various drinks. So that's exactly what this guy did, Roland Brewer, to develop the Hugo spritz, is by taking elderflower from that particular area.
Apple, little pull back there. Broadcom grinding along. Tesla looks good.
Where the Hugo spritz is just named after Hugo, which I don't understand, but Saint Germain is probably like, maybe we could change this to the Saint Germain spritz because they do the extra legwork in marketing and saying they use our to make this thing. It's Hugo in name only, but actually the key ingredient is Saint Germain. Yeah, that was the CEO from down Hugo. He also cited one of the statistics of well, it's still outselling Saint Germain by even though the trend is that the Hugo is taking over, they still you got you can't mix Campari. Let's bring to the finish with some final headlines. Has any company ever hyped itself up more than Palantir? The software giant and military contractor reported earnings yesterday that it described as otherworldly. It's true, Palantir is crushing it. Revenue climbed 93% from last year, while commercial sales of other companies more than doubled. Plus, it jacked up its projections for the rest of 2026. Shares have slid about 29% year to date. Concerns AI would eat away at its business, but the stock dropped 15% after the impressive report. CEO Alex Karp was pretty proud of himself. In a statement, he said, "Such an achievement will be cause for astonishment in any business. For one of our size, scale, and consequence, it is simply staggering." Whatever it's yeah, this Alex Karp really says that's just checking by all this earnings report. That's all the time we have. Thanks so much for spending your money with us and have a wonderful Tuesday. Show Danielle, let's run it back.
Nearly possibly see issues. What space? Is this the episode of the breakup? Okay, listen. Tell me real quick.
and smokes with over 500,000 units of every month. Better put a key in it, line. You can say that again. You better put a key ring on it.
Try and species.
Introducing fruit fusion that has combined Japanese.
It's taking you.
My life has been so sad. So here's my she ended up downloading this movie fake. She tried to stop a single cent.
It's taking you.
All right, looks good. Broadcom breaking out again. Broadcom's breaking out. Broadcom looks good.
Standard with advanced eye active sense safety features.
Tesla at the high of the day.
It's one of the
Broadcom, high of the day. Broadcom's gone.
Let's you focus on what matters most.
Take advantage of this exceptional offer. Sick of the nonstop noise of price increases and options? We provide flexible private student loans that fill funding gaps and cover 100% of college costs. Smart data tools for rapid, transparent terms, zero fees, hands-on. So you can focus as matters most. This works harder to make student loans easy. Visit earnest.com/college to get started today. Every group has a story. Now there's photo. And space just for you. Your story, organized, protected, and easy to share. Download the photo bucket app and start your free plan today.
Okay, S&P. All right, we got profit taking coming in. SPX. S&P take profits. Okay, if the New York Fangs also start to turn lower, that would be something to pay attention to. Okay, here we're at Broadcom. Broadcom having a good day. Wow. Everything's working today. Broadcom.
Tuesday is momentum stocks. Palantir, Rippin, support the move. Sure makes sense to this guy. Company crushes souls of the bears with results ahead. He materially raised full year outlook. Here's what stood out to me. We always entertaining outside the Palantir as well.
Palantir, we are at the front line. We are in the front of driving this revolution. I am driving the business to grow at a rate equal or above to what we have in U.S. commercial for the next 18 months, which is a very high goal, but it is one we can actually get to because we are fully aligned with what's right and what's good and what actually works well in an enterprise.
Good for you, Alex Karp. If you are obsessing,
Dude's hair is like pretty wild. Alex Karp.
Here caught my attention, and it's my
There goes Meta.
Next up on the clock for Momo stock earnings day, SpaceX. This will be
All right, the cycle looks pretty good. Bullish cycle probably lasts more than a couple of days.
I wonder how that will be received.
More, okay. So let's see what's going on here.
Table knows just that. Schwab Asset Management CIO and CIO Omar Aguilar is here. Lee Munson, Portfolio Wealth Advisors President and CIO is back in the house, and Yao Finance's very own
Tesla, okay, that's the top of the list.
Here, if you
Tesla, top of the list.
quarter from Palantir, and should you ride this momentum?
I think you should. Even my 14-year-old son was buying this stock ahead of earnings, right? What I love about this quarter is that it was the cash flow that proved this is a profitable company when you look at free cash flow. This is very different from the Palantir that we saw a few years ago. This just goes right after Microsoft last week showing there's a great return on invested, all the AI centers, all the chips, everything. And now we're seeing that software. I mean, if you just look at the government stuff, it's through the roof. But we knew government contracts were going to be enormous. What I love to see is I like to see that U.S. commercial sector just going higher and higher. So outside of hedge funds blowing up, outside of momentum just dropping, I think you can be long with Palantir. Just remember, it's a high multiple stock, and it's all about this beat and raise. But right now, it's a bit unstoppable.
Omar, how do you even value a company like a Palantir? I mean, it's trading at 85 times forward earnings. I mean, it's the discount to the historical average of around 195 times. Like, these are big multiples. What do you do with a company like this?
Yeah, well, normally what we do would evaluate, precisely the growth trajectory, and it's not necessarily just about one quarter. It's really more about, their outlooks, about their earnings projection, and in many cases, particularly for these kind of AI-driven companies, we basically look at where their profitability is going, and I think in this particular case, the return on investments and return on equity seems to be going in the right direction. I think a lot of what happens is you have to separate growth companies from the rest, because at the end, when you're looking at investing in growth, it's really more about, how you see that EPS growth going relative to what you expect for your ROIs. And I think in this particular case, what has transpired, especially with all AI-related stocks, is that a lot of the adoption that we all fear was not going to happen seems to be proven incorrect. In other words, a lot of the AI adoption that everybody was talking about, at the end of last year, it seems to be happening. And I think these companies, these software companies, these developers continue to profit from it.
Omar, that's a really great point. And Brooke, I'll put that one too, because as we've gone through this earnings season, of course, the hyperscale earnings this week, big cloud numbers out of Amazon, Microsoft crushed it, Palantir crushed it, raised outlook. We're going to have AMD earnings today. They're going to crush it too. This narrative coming into earnings season that AI wasn't being monetized, that it was peaking in terms of demand, it's proven true.
Yeah, the AI jitters, the fear that the return wouldn't be worth how much all these companies are investing within AI was the major worry among so many analysts heading into that. And now we're hearing some relief, so to say, from so many on the street saying that right now what we saw was that.
All right, Meta looking good. Broadcom moving higher.
That was what one DA gave us.
Okay, Intel's at the high of the day. So is SK Hynix.
Here, we're seeing this demand really come to fruition here. We're seeing the proof points that Palantir's CEO Alex Karp had pointed out. And I was mentioning to you, Brian, this morning that this really was somewhat of a rally cry.
Okay, so S&P is just sitting here for now.
Get in on this momentum. And it seems like the proof right there, especially as Lee pointed out, we got that U.S. government revenue jumping 90% to $809 million for the 3 months through June 30th. And so really the proof points are coming to fruition here, sort of pushing away that fear that Wall Street had that we won't necessarily see the return. But I think the big question will be, will SpaceX really, step up to the podium here and prove this ongoing proof points that many are putting out this quarter?
Lee, on Palantir, this is a stock that historically people have ignored the valuations on. They ride the momentum. But if you're looking at this Palantir quarter, is this now your justification to get back into other Momo names, those other momentum stocks like a Micron, like a SanDisk, that have been absolutely hammered the past month?
I think that's a great question. You want to go back into the degenerate gambler trade. And I think that right now, if I was just a day trader and I was just screwing around for the next month or so, I'd probably think the coast is clear. Let me tell you what bothers me about momentum. Nothing about earnings. Earnings season is great. You're going to have an external shock. You're going to have oil matter not to ride this momentum. Oil doesn't matter. You're going to have the Fed not raise rates or make some suggestion that inflation is going to come and get you, and we're not going to see that until September. And so I think all the things that we're concerned about killing momentum outside of more hedge fund leverage going, blowing up, You're gonna have, I think, a decent August because it's September where rates may start to matter. It's September where oil may start to matter. Between now and then, what do you have? You have bluebirds and lemonade and everybody telling the tale of guidance couldn't go higher, earnings couldn't be better. And if there's any companies out there that don't just in the slightest bit dazzle us, they're gonna go down.
Omar, have you been dazzled by this earnings season?
It's
SMTG.
been amazing just to see, especially because the first quarter was very strong, and I think having these, beginning of
S&P.
being so strong
S&P.
continues to be.
Ay, ay, ay.
Just the idea of the capital spending cycle that we all talk about at the beginning of the year seems to be proving, that's in the earnings numbers. So these big question that everybody had of the amounts of capital expenditure and how much that was going into different parts of the market, seems to be, driving a lot of these earnings field. On the other hand, we also see that the consumer spending continues to support, continuous growth for these earnings. It's kind of interesting when you look at, GDP, nominal GDP growth that is very correlated to earnings growth, and that seems to be proving correct again, despite all the noise and all the volatility that have gone into that. So a lot of that resilience of the U.S. economy is actually now,
Okay, wow.
earnings growth.
Just everything is working.
That would probably say surprising for most of us, but
We've got a bullish cycle. We've got
here.
Omar, is the Fed likely to spoil this?
positive gamma all around us.
It happens as things stabilize. We got Fed speak starting to come out after that Fed meeting last week, and then
There's some negative gamma in this pocket, but positive gamma above, positive gamma below.
Thinking about this last week at the Fed meeting, is there evidence starting to come in?
Yeah, well, it's definitely a big question because this is a new Fed, and there's clearly a lot of different trends and a lot of different values that goes into those decisions and those discussions. I think the hurdle for raising rates is still pretty high. When you look at the drivers,
One of those days.
Monetary policy, we're gonna get the labor market report at the
Yikes.
end of this week. We're
Very,
gonna
very
actually
nice.
see
Very, very nice day.
GDP
Thank you so
growth, when
much.
you have, good growth, when you have, the potential for the stability of housing and a very resilient consumer, it is very hard for, things to suggest that there will be an inflationary pressure that will put in there, especially when you're starting to see commodity prices, going on the next.
SK Hynix, wow.
So when you start
Nice.
to see that inflation pressures are stabilizing, the decision by the Fed of raising rates without a clear spike in inflation, I will find it a little harder, for them to justify.
Well, yeah, I find it so funny, coming into Monday's session, everyone was focused on bond yields, but now Palantir's out, the stock's ripping, and life is so good. I think people need to stay focused on the bond market, Lee.
I do, and I'll tell you why. This is a lot like something I saw many decades ago when everybody's waiting on the Fed to do something and it can lead to leverage. We saw back in 1998 when you had the big crash in August, the Fed had started cut to try to short the banking system back then. You fast forward to today, I think what the Fed has to do, which is counterintuitive, they got to show some raises rather than cuts, because what they have to kill right now is that specter of inflation. Because let's be real, Palantir, if rates go up another 25 or 50 basis points, is that going to kill Palantir's earnings? Absolutely not. Is that going to kill AI? Absolutely not. But if we don't get inflation under control, it's going to kill consumer sentiment. It's going to kill the ability for the consumer to feel confident. And that's what you have to worry about. Again, we're going to see Jackson Hole. Guess what? This Fed chair is going to say less than prior chairs. He's saying, I'm not going to give you information. You're just going to have to play the data. Now, I prefer that personally, but it's going to be a big adjustment for markets. And if you're looking for anything that could be a catalyst to bring more volatility, where you might be able to get some of these names at cheaper prices, it's going to be a Fed-induced drama from lack of communication, which he's already says, I'm going to lack it. And number two, the street wants a raise, not a cut. And I think that's a fundamental idea we haven't seen in decades. And I think it's counterintuitive. It's going to be hard for people to get their arms around.
Amen, Lee. All right, my roundtable is sticking around. We're just getting warmed up. And Mick Block, tour around McDonald's. More on this one next.
All right, looks good, looks good. Let me go to the 1 minute chart. I'm gonna zoom in here.
You still haven't broken up with bad bras and gone to honeylove.com?
So we get above this negative gamma, this thing could really shoot higher.
Fits your body.
This is crazy.
Stats me.
A lot of shorts getting crushed. People selling premium up here, getting crushed. Didn't think it would make it this far. We're approaching 77.50, a new level. Rover pointed out. There goes Google. Google on the move now. All right, S&P is, oh my gosh, look at this. S&P is going. Holy Toledo. It's like they know something's going to happen here. Oh my gosh. Still going, S&P. Wow.
Bottom line, right off the top here, I'm the biggest quarter. Alpha McDonald's today will reverse the year-to-date stock slide that has been big ugly. Stock is down about 13% this year, and it's justified. While McDonald's beat on earnings, it missed estimates on sales. U.S. comparable sales only rose 0.8% due to pressure traffic to the Golden Arches. With a result like this, I'm immediately thinking the Burger King comeback is intact. As it blitzes the airwaves and social media messages improve ingredient quality, especially on Whopper. Your recovery McDonald's results. What you take here?
Yeah, heading into support, City's John Towers now experience. This was somewhat going to be a low water mark, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We're not seeing much movement in the stock, but it's what is McDonald's setting the table once again. They just announced that next strategy. We have heard some things on the call from
What
executives.
the hell is going on here?
They said that one, the rollout of the
100.
maybe wasn't as well.
Say it ain't so. There's 150 points. Oh my gosh. Look at this market.
Deployments within the
Oh my God.
restaurant operations. They said that increased wait time and also caused customer satisfaction scores to go down. And on top of that, you also have these marketing campaigns that McDonald's and analysts were really hoping for to outperform that didn't exactly go as planned. And so now, once again, this is McDonald's sort of setting the table once again within this quarter. They have an investor day in the end of September, and they also named a new president here in the U.S. That's Guy Anderson. She's been with the company for about 26 years. And so it seems like they're sort of putting together the puzzle pieces to see what their next growth strategy is, to see how that strategy unveils itself. And also with beverages, that was supposed to really be a huge moment within this quarter. I'm sure it got outshined. But what exactly maybe did he?
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Sounds like a big turnaround is needed here, Omar. Brings a very good point. They relaunched the value. What does it say about the state of the U.S. economy, Omar? That folks are having.
All right, so I'm feeling a little giddy now.
To me, this is classic K-shaped economy. So stock markets are high, higher earners are making more money. Yet there are large sums of people out there in this country that can still not afford a value menu.
Yeah, this is a very good example of a K-shaped economy that we've been talking about, and also the inflation impact on different types of different parts of the consumer spectrum. We have seen consumers, even just the middle size of the consumer piece that settles second and third quintile consumers, and the earnings of those consumers, they seem to be doing very well. One of that is also being supported by the wealth effect coming from equities, coming from
Oh my gosh.
even housing. But it's really just the bottom 20% of the consumer that seems to be going into a lot of stress. And those are the typical consumers from McDonald's. Those are the typical, consumers that will have potential issues with credit. Those are the ones that are feeling the pressure on the gas prices. They're the ones feeling the pressure on, worrying about the job and worrying about the wage growth. And I think these, earnings will probably prove that this bifurcation and polarization of the consumer spending will affect those companies that tend to target most of that low end of the consumer. And I think in this particular case, that seems to be the case.
Let me take through this. Disappointing quarter at McDonald's. Wendy's shares still under pressure.
Okay.
Had put itself up for sale.
Apple,
Jersey
Fast
Mike's
Highs.
last week. Not a great reception to that one, though I love their subs and the both I've tried there before. And also Papa John's, also reportedly with sales block. No one has stepped up there to buy that company either. Am I missing something here in terms of value? Is there value to be had in these peanut restaurant stocks?
I don't know, because you're going to have to provide the consumer who's more discriminating these days. I totally understand why you don't have any takers. So let's get beyond the K-shaped economy. This isn't like 2008, where people just stopped going out to eat, period. What the consumer is saying is they want a deal. They're discriminating on what it is. And so if you're a company that's just had stuff that's cheap, that's not really going to cut it anymore. So your marketing is going to have to be much better. Your food, your product's going to have to be much better. And these companies that you're talking about, they just are third string when it comes to quality, when it comes to delivering. So as you move forward, a larger place like McDonald's, they have the size, if they can turn it around, to actually give people and market to them properly. What we saw in this last quarter was McDonald's completely screwed it up and just did not execute right. But if I was going to look in here, I would just look.
All right, S&P equal weight. Yeah, we need to check that out too. RSP, CT, RSP breaking out. Looks good. Let's go 9 months. New highs. New York Stock Exchange. Composite breaking out.
Nobody wants to touch it because nobody knows how to turn it around.
Oh my gosh.
In this type of K-shaped economy.
So you guys. All right, I have a simple question of the day, and it's of course SpaceX related as we await the company's first earnings report as a public company. Even amidst the post-IPO plunge, our SpaceX shares still overvalued. SpaceX shares trade a forward enterprise value EBITDA ratio of 105.9 times per Yahoo Finance Space data. Love Space. The outsized ratio reflects Wall Street optimism that SpaceX will turn a profit in 2027 due to strong demand for its services. Speaking of optimism, of the 34 Wall Street analysts that cover SpaceX, office space data shows 27, rate the stock a buy or a strong buy. Liam, coming back to you here, are you optimistic SpaceX turns a profit next year?
I think it's all about Starlink. I wouldn't even jump in that. You know, if Starlink really shows huge subscriber growth and it really hits it in America, I guess I could see some type of, you know, accounting trick where they start making money. But right now, short term, everything's going to be judged by Starlink because it's providing that cash for Starship, which is the big rocket thing. I think what's going to matter this quarter is not so much about are they going to be profitable. They want, you know, investors have got to see Starlink increasing subscribership. But here's the thing, it's about guidance and it's about how Starship is coming along. Longer term, Starlink isn't going to cut it. They want to see these little rockets go up and the rockets go down with heavier payload so they can do the next form of this satellite internet connectivity. And until that happens, I think the stock is dicey. So you can't put all of your basket on Starlink and its cash flow. You got to make sure they cross every little milestone with this new rocket system. Because if not, it's just going to be spending billions and billions and billions of dollars and eviscerating all the good work that Starlink does.
Bro, the other wrinkle here is
Palantir is still going here.
Can start to sell SpaceX shares. And
Oh my gosh, this is great. This is great stuff. Great stuff.
SpaceX.
Palantir,
That's just not going to happen.
no stopping me now. Palantir.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank actually sent a note this morning that that's one of their significant worries here. That right now, all the focus is not necessarily just on what exactly we're going to see when it comes to their top and bottom line, this earnings report and their guidance when it comes to CapEx. But they're also saying that the main issue is this tactical fear of that lockup period expiring here. That's about 12% of total shares that will become available. They also are just saying that the uncertainty around the AI business is something that's also weighing on investors' minds. And on top of that, you have the complexity of a potential Tesla merger. I mean, question mark, is that still happening? Will that ever happen? And so I think there's right now just these background fears that investors have around the company. And that's why we've seen this major pullback within the stock price, especially since their IPO.
Well, our last word to you. What do you tell the retail investor that got in on SpaceX near the top? They were just captured into all that enthusiasm, captivated by Elon Musk, captivated by the early investors out there hyping the stock.
Yeah, well, most of our education is when it comes down to IPOs, you know, tend to be, you know, around time horizon. You know, we have evidence and we have done a lot of research, basically shows that when you're just in the part of it trying to get into an IPO early to try to flip it, you know, the majority of the time you don't actually end up on a profit. So a lot of that has resulted in your long-term, you know, horizon and thinking about precisely, you know, what the company's, you know, earnings path will look like. We expect that the first few quarters of any IPO with your company will probably be volatile, and it will probably be more about the leadership, about outlook, about, you know, sales growth projections, about what they're going to be the path for potentially generate this cash flow that is so needed for these companies. And therefore, you know, for retail investors, it's about being patient and thinking about like, well, this is something that you have to look beyond even the first, you know, 2 years for a company that actually become like a long-term investment that is part of anyone's portfolio. It will be volatile and we'll see pullback. And, you know, just the fact that you go into the IPO at an all-time high because valuations there, you have to be, you know, thinking that there is going to be a growth path in here, whether it's through their different business lines or whether it's just by generating new ideas. You know, that's something when you actually go into these new companies.
Omar Lamberg, awesome insight on this busy day. I really, really appreciate it. Julian, has you covered all things SpaceX and the markets as we get closer to earnings this afternoon. We'll be right back with Market Catalyst.
Looking for real wood blinds without the extra cost? Blindster faux wood blinds are the perfect solution. They give you the classic look of wood with durable materials that resist moisture, warping, and everyday wear. Choose from multiple colors, lift options, and custom sizes made to fit your windows perfectly. Upgrade your home with Blindster faux wood blinds. PRWG.
Let's revel in the essential. And spirited. the shared, and the enduring. So we can make space for what truly matters. Vitamix, only the essential.
You know what you can prove. I knew it was something big. Seems on TV.
Okay, a little drop there in the S&P.
ATGM.
LPGJ may resume the bus benefit CRWG. SPCH, SPCX, SCX. UG. SPCH. SPCX. LPGJ may rest in 10 seconds. SPCU. SFCX. PRWG.
ATGM.
All right, Don, we are fading from the highs. Okay, S&P is fading from the highs now. Okay, definitely take some profits off.
Catalyst, I'm Julie Hyman, 30 minutes into US trading day. Let's take a look at the major averages here today. We are still in the thick of earnings season, and earnings are coming out better than estimated. A pretty good clip. About 85% of earnings that have come in so far from the S&P 500 have beat estimates. That's about 10 percentage points higher than the long-term average. So all of that is helping support what we're seeing from stock returns here. Right now, the Dow is up about 530 points here. You can see that's about 1%.
Tesla pulling back.
500 is up about 0.75%, and the Nasdaq Composite is up about 1.25% as well. Get to the Dow specifically and the earnings that we've got today. I'm going to equal weight it so it's easier to see.
Crazy move today.
In the
S&P 500.
6% or 6% gain or so.
Let's see what hedge flows. Hedge flows turning down a bit.
It's record revenue over $20 billion for the first time on a quarterly basis. And it is basically seeing more demand tied to data center construction and power needs for data centers. It makes equipment for that too. And then we're seeing relatively broad-based rally elsewhere. Cisco, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, some of the other.
Looking forward to turn back up a bit.
Numbers, which we're going to get to a little bit later. If we look at the NASDAQ 100 here, we see quite a lot of green as well. One big red spot here is Amazon. Those shares are down by more than 2%. And getting some reports that Jeff Bezos is selling some shares. So it looks like that could be something that is pressuring the stock there. The S&P 500 today is actually trading at a new record. So what is powering it there today? It is largely tech, up more than 3%. Otherwise, we've got kind of a mixed picture here. Energy is lagging, utilities are lagging as well. But at this new record high for it, we can also look at the longer term and what's happened this year. Energy stocks, the best.
Broadcom at the highs.
We started to get some numbers from some of the big oil companies. They're largely beating estimates. We've seen energy prices go higher over the course of the year. XOK is tech. That's also done.
We got two red sectors, communications and consumer discretionary. Those were hot to start or to end the week.
To a lot of the
Now we're
gains
seeing
that we are
profit
seeing
taking
in
and
today's
communications
session.
and consumer discretionary. They could bounce
Today,
if Amazon,
we got numbers
Google,
from
and Meta push a bit higher.
intraday. So if we go back here and sort of equal weight what we're seeing, Palantir, so you can see all the way up here is up by 22% after that company came out and beat estimates and what were a lot of superlatives that were
Snowflake.
applied to that.
Snowflake at the highs.
The CEO. So let's dig
Palantir,
into that right
no
now.
stopping
We're doing the
Palantir.
drama of William Blair, who covers those software stocks, and of course,
Continuation.
stocks you like, Louis. It's good to see you.
Yes.
So this we've seen really Palantir shares get hit this year, and now seeing this big outsized gain in today's session. Do you think this will put to bed once and for all some of those concerns that AI is going to supersede the companies, is going to replace it in some way?
All right, Palantir is just kicking it.
I think this should be the start of a V-shaped recovery, something similar that we've seen
S&P fading more, take profits.
for certain subsegments such as software infrastructure and different cybersecurity names. Many of these names have rebounded over 150% from their lows related to Anthropic. And then beginning in November of last year, different trading baskets and algorithms placed different software stocks into the AI loser category. And these stocks were in free fall for the last quarter of 2025 and for the first 4 months of 2026. But there's been a narrative shift
Software
for some
group.
of those stocks, and I
The
think
software
you
group
need to
breaking out of a
see
squeeze.
this narrative shift for Palantir.
SOXL
The company has
turning back up.
really
SOXL.
accelerated, ever since this AI craze began in 2013.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting the sort of switch that you saw in the stock. To your point, sort of like, I guess it was really late 2024 that Palantir really started to rocket higher, although it's seen some volatility since then. Was that when it sort of reached this critical mass?
Palantir is doing really great.
Yeah, it's a great question in terms of what's been taking place with Palantir. They launched AIP, and AIP has gained particular traction across end market verticals. And what's amazing is like Anthropic has seen like staggering growth, obviously, and I think Anthropic back in May with their funding round, they disclosed a revenue run rate of $47 billion that was targeted mostly for the enterprise. But investors should view that as a bullish data point for Palantir, is that's indicative of the total addressable market that Palantir is also targeting. And right now, Palantir's U.S. commercial division has approximately a $4 billion annual run rate, but there's the potential that Palantir is going to significantly increase that as it's going after the same workloads as Anthropic, OpenAI, and the other frontier labs.
So that's a good question, Louis. You wrote about this in your report because you, as you well know, the
Microsoft turning back up.
Among other things, it's largely
Palantir looking really strong. I don't think this is over with. I think tomorrow is probably going to do Something similar to what we saw with Microsoft. There goes the S&P starting to turn back up. S&P.
We think that there's upside.
No profit taking.
Over the next year. To that point, I mean, that suggests if you're trying to value Palantir, you don't compare it to other software companies. You compare it to the Anthropics and OpenAI's of the world. But I don't think anybody's arguing that their valuations are reasonable either. So, how do you contextualize like how much is too much to be paying for these guys?
Yeah, what's missed in the debate about here is how
All right, what a nice day. Last couple of days, since last week, we bounced on Wednesday, followed through Thursday, Friday. It's been an incredible run. Since Wednesday of last week, been an incredible run. Thursday, Friday, following through into this week, Monday, Tuesday. It's just been a gift, basically. A gift. A lot of losing positions, no doubt, have performed well. I know I had Microsoft, that pop in Microsoft, Google as well, Amazon. Had some options that were underwater, was able to take those off, reassess, get ready for more upside potentially.
A fair number of folks say, when is the market really makes things at the company? Do you think we're going to hear from her?
As you mentioned,
SoFi, nice return back up to previous levels. Need to get above $20 over here. SoFi. 200 days at 21 and change. Volume picking up, MACD crossing, stochastic rising, RSI also above 50. SoFi is probably going to keep going. Cheap stock.
Most bullish and bearish calls, bullish and bearish calls.
SK Hynix continues to look good. SK Hynix repriced, was repriced on Friday. SK Hynix, SKHY. Nice bullish day, 2 days in a row. We gapped down yesterday. We're bouncing, trying to get back above Friday's high.
One question, is it about the Starship rocket that has to be asked and answered on the call in some form or another?
Well, from my understanding, I think the slump that we've seen in the share price might not even really be coupled with, how the company is performing at all.
SK Hynix at the highs.
But it's tied to this really weird and complicated lockup schedule that SpaceX had laid out for its employees. And I believe the first of those lockup expirations do occur after this earnings call. So I do wonder if it's mostly tied to that. I think also it might be tied to the uncertainty around the AI business. SpaceX is a relatively new AI company. I've never really even known it as an AI company. So, that I think is also causing some uncertainty for the stock price. So I can't even tell you, all of the amazing results on Starship will actually have an impact because, they did have a relatively
Palantir. It just feels like Palantir is going to do something similar to what Microsoft did. We look at what Microsoft reported.
with the performance of the company.
Microsoft reporting last week.
We're already seeing above today.
They beat expectations. Right. Okay, so when Microsoft reported earnings of $4.74, it expects about the same for the next quarter, so it's not guiding ballistically higher. We got 30% earnings growth, 18% revenue growth. Now let's compare that to Palantir. Company said it expects first quarter earnings of 463. They reported 474. So they're expecting a little bit less of Microsoft, yet Microsoft is being bought hand over fist because it's moving off the lows. The things they said about Azure, Azer. Revenues, 100 billion in revenues, Azer. So this is shooting back up to the highs. So all things considered, let's now compare Palantir. Palantir would beat, okay, it's got 215% earnings growth, 93% in revenue growth, and they reported 1.94 billion. They're looking for revenue in the third quarter of 216 billion. Okay, so an increase of what we're looking at right now. And all of this down here, commercial revenue grew 150%. Overall revenue grew 93%. As we see over here. Rule of 40 score ran to 155%. That's insane. 155%. And rule of 40. That compares software as a service companies, revenue and profit margins. That's crazy. That's the best of all of those companies. Software as a service, SaaS companies. All right, Tesla's starting to turn back up. There goes Google breaking out. Google breaking out now. Meta turning back up. A B pivot on Meta. So compared to Microsoft, Palantir has much better earnings. So look at Microsoft from the perspective of, okay, Microsoft earnings were good. They were at the low. Price action was at the low. Okay, recent lows. So if Microsoft can do this, imagine what Palantir is going to do with 5 times as much earnings growth. We should at least see another bullish day tomorrow, I would think. Look at the volume. MACD stochastics, everything is set up and rising. Okay. Looks like new money coming in, shorts covering yesterday, new money coming in today. I'm sure there's some shorts covered in there too. Wow. SK Hynix continues here. SK Hynix about to break out again. We need to take out Friday's high. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, August the 4th. SK Hynix breaking out. New high. SK Hynix, new high of the day. Oh boy. Apple looks good. Google. All right, there goes SK Hynix.
CRCG.
Participation in all parts of AI should be another paying attention to. It is certainly an area of focus for us as investors.
So beyond SpaceX, I'm always curious,
HYMX.
this is your client, you think about long-term wealth, but what is it that is so important? It has been things like earnings, Fed policy, geopolitics, U.S. war in Iran, the upcoming midterms. Is it about how to reduce taxes? When you're running investment days, what is it that really kind of, you think about most?
Yeah, Carol, it's great framing. You all did such a nice job of going through those variables because it's been in each repository.
Okay, looks good. All right. SK Hynix trying to break a bit higher. Trying to take out Friday's high would be nice. See if we can test Friday's high. Microsoft might get a second win. I'm going to make some lunch and give me about 5 minutes. I'm going to make some lunch. I'll be right back.
credit, and will there be some concerns if we do see that low interest rate environment go away? You know, that does provide opportunities. One thing we're talking a lot of times about right now is moving away from cash and into things like municipals. If you're in the tri-state area, like the two of you are, if you're in a higher tax state like California or Illinois, there are opportunities to take up, in some cases, 275 to 300 basis points of incremental yield pickup once you factor in tax equivalent yields federally as well as in the state specific basis. So with higher interest rates and also levels of again, focus for us in terms of saving plans, but also provide some carry, things like municipals offer, we think, an interesting opportunity to be involved here.
So muni is an opportunity for your clients. You mentioned that there is this low interest rate environment that we've been in for almost 20 years at this point. With concerns that rates could go higher, do you have a lot of cash on the sidelines in client portfolios right now?
You're not much, Tim. In fact, one of the things we've been talking a lot about is, you know, our position within real estate has actually been slightly underweight. We're actually overweight infrastructure, which has really helped. But, you know, all things are in AI trade right now. And so real estate has been an area where we've been a little underweight, which, again, we think is probably appropriate given what's going on in commercial. With that being said, there are some values that pop up where we would have more concerns and would actually probably drive us to raise some cash is if we were to see, again, a 5 to 5.25 type of 10-year treasury yield with a couple of challenging auctions. Again, bond auctions are pretty boring to watch. Your colleague Lisa Bromas loves them. We love them as well. But if we were to see some stepping away from the plumbing of again, the treasury market, that for us would be a concern. Probably the first place that shows up is what happens in commercial real estate. Not a topic a lot of people are focused on, something we're certainly paying attention to as we think about forward allocations.
All right, great stuff as always. Come back soon. Eric Friedman, thank you, Chief Investment Officer over at Northern Trust Wealth Management. As we mentioned, they've got $534 billion in assets under management, and he was joining us, of course, from Chicago. All right, folks, as we head to a break, you might say shares of Wayfair flying off the shelf.
Just like furniture.
Just like furniture.
The stock's going up 30% following its latest earnings report. The CFO, Kate Glover, is joining us on the other side. Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
My name is Wally, and this is my wife Becky. We are standing in our new remodeled showroom at Sunset Myrtle Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high-quality efficient work on every project, no subcontractors involved.
With free custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process stress-free and easy for you.
Our goal is to bring your vision to life. Come see us at our showroom and let us build the perfect sunroom for you.
Finnish style happiness. Finnish style refreshment. The Finnish long drink. You have to try it to understand.
The game you're playing right now can't hit a jackpot in 10 minutes. Just delete it. Then come try it. You have a chance to win big. No hacks, no tricks. Any prize you win can be cashed out straight to your bank account. Just log in and claim your free daily bonus.
Okay, that's all we do. That's right. Let's try it. Let's spin it up. 777 jackpot hit. You'll have a chance to win $2 for more.
Experience Boost is even better because now my monthly insurance payments, my streaming payments, my rent payments, even my phone payments can raise my credit scores instantly, free.
More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app. What do you do when you have a bad day? You turn to the people you trust. The ones who always answer your call. The ones who reassure you if you need it. The ones who show up because they live by the golden rule. That's real peace of mind. That's Cincinnati insurance.
Okay, I got a little bit building right there, 7790. All right. Snowflake continuation. Okay, NVIDIA breaking out now, NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaking out. Google. Snowflake. All right, looking good here. I can't help but want to take some profits off into strength.
I mean, I think you just said, right, it's nice momentum over many quarters now. And so I think what we're seeing is really the sort of multitude of initiatives that we've laid out, the consistency of that play through, and you know,
Oh, they're low. They're real low. Jeez. Cloud cover. Cloud cover. All right. Looking good. SK Hynix at the highs, pulling in a little bit. Let's see. NVIDIA looks the best. NVIDIA at best at the moment. New York Fangs. NVIDIA looking really good here.
There's a big investment here. We talked about it. I did go there. Size and scope of it. You guys continue to add stores, but tell us about, we kind of marveled at how we're being pushed back for years. And so interesting, you're successful. Experience and the store supported by so they're a very small piece of this overall. We've had the Chicago store for 2 years, Atlanta since early spring, and then we Columbus month ago we also announced Denver opening here in into 2027. So we use the word is built into next thing is in less than engagement, frequency patterns, decographics, and seasonal data. RGTC Walton.
You mentioned parent design. And it's actually like it's I'm wondering.
All right. Tesla turning back up. Tesla turning back up.
That most of this momentum is coming from self-help measures, right? So these are our own initiatives that are driven by. The category itself is, overall roughly flattish. And the category's been a complicated place over the last 2 years, so flattish place is a nice place to operate from. But the
Tesla, nice little bounce there. Tesla.
that's driven by us gaining share. And so what we can see is the building blocks of these pieces getting in place and see how Wayfair Rewards program, for example, is supported by Wayfair Verified, which is also supported by improvements and changes to the storefront experience. And then to your point around Perigold, it does have absolutely its own, separate go-to-market facing site, but it leverages the entire back-end infrastructure. So the logistics infrastructure across, Wayfair Inc., the tech stack, the ad tech stack across Wayfair, how the storefront evolves. And so we're able to build testings on Wayfair and then push them out to, Perigold and the specialty retail brands. For example, Wayfair Rewards started on Wayfair, and that'll be launching at some point over the next year in the Perigold system as well.
But you have to concede, Kate, we talked about this, existing home sales still, not on fire, like the housing market. Yeah. But to see these results amid that backdrop, if that stays, let's say, existing home sales depressed for another 12 to 24 months, you guys have talked about kind of growing, I think it was, roughly 20%.
Oh boy.
I think you said it.
Need a chiropractor.
can achieve those goals? Or does it require?
Nvidia's still going. Do I want to sell any Nvidia? Do I want to sell any of my position?
You can see our co-founder shareholder letter here.
Okay. SK Onyx looking good. Nvidia.
20% growth. And we do have a high degree of conviction that
I sold Nvidia. I did. Okay, cool. I'm out of Nvidia.
close to 9%
Okay, what's Oracle doing? I want to see Oracle turn the corner.
is sustaining.
Oh, big, nice turn in Oracle. Haven't given any attention.
Gaining share from a market that is relatively flat. Wayfair rewards, how does that play into that and the metrics that you're seeing there? What changes are you seeing when it comes to frequency, retention, customer lifetime value, payback relative to folks who are not members?
It's a great question. So what we, wanted to try to do with Wayfair Rewards was exactly to drive up that frequency. The average Wayfair customer shops, with us, or buys with us just under 2 times a year, whereas
Wow. 115 to 145.
we're seeing an incremental purchase from them with
30 points
pretty meaningful.
in 5 days. Wow.
Frequency and ongoing engagement for the consumer. And we are seeing that from those rewards customers. We're also seeing them shop categories that are not, we are very well known for furniture. The rewards customers, though, are shopping decorative accents, they're shopping kitchen and accessories. In some of these categories, they get preferential pricing or they get early access to sales. And so those things sort of reinforce the quality of the experience for them in that rewards program. And then on the P&L, we've talked a little bit about how obviously rewards have an impact on gross margin because of the cashback element of it. But it's helpful on what we really look at, which is contribution margin, because the rewards program
Oracle.
ongoing basis.
Oracle. Look at that. I haven't really paid much attention to it. That's 30 points in 5 days. Ooh. Okay, something's up with that.
Technology backbone, and you go back to the origin of your company, which is really interesting if you think about, kind of what's going on right now. You've partnered with different platforms, whether it's OpenAI, Perplexity, when it comes to agentic commerce. So what key performance metrics are you guys seeing when it comes to AI-driven shopping specifically? Is it a meaningful contributor when it comes to traffic or to sales? Are you seeing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we work across many of the LLMs. You mentioned a few. We also work with
Wow.
Universal Commerce Protocol through them. We do see traffic today is small from these sites, but it's growing meaningfully, right? So it's small but rapid growth. We think it's really important to be where our customer is at. And so if our customer desires to shop through these channels, we want to show up well there, whether that's, through actual shopping like Universal Commerce Protocol or, through
Wayfair CFO. That's the Wayfair CFO talking.
in LLM-based search, right?
RGTC may resume in less than a minute.
That we look at and that we scale benefits us. We have nearly 25 years of history and data here. And we know both, one, how to work with these partners, as you said, we're technology first, and two, we bring to it, some important data in terms of how we're able to show up there. And I think that helps the customer ultimately, because if our customer, wants to be using the platforms and shopping there, we'll be there. If she wants to come to us through the app, we're there. If she wants to, go into a store and shop with us, we're there as well.
All right, we gotta leave it there. Kate, so great to get some time with you. As always, the stock, as we mentioned, it's up 30% as we speak. So investors certainly like what they heard. Kate, be well. Thank you.
Thank you.
RGTC may resume 10 seconds.
Chief Administrative Officer joining us from Boston.
Hey, coming up next is today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. AQR showing which 1% has slashed their taxes to zero.
Okay, so let me look at the 60-minute.
I'm done.
60-minute.
Single day. What are you even playing? Some casino app, they're all the same. No, they're really not. Tammy, I'm on one with actual variety. I switch games every week. Haven't repeated yet. It's been months. Lavish luck. And you haven't gotten bored? Month 4, not bored. That's the whole point. Okay, but the points, do they actually give you much play? The daily rewards are honest and generous. Let them think of it. That's a fifth rating. On what? Trust bullet. I checked. I'm not downloading random apps. Spell it Lavish. You're never wrong.
What do you do for fun when you're on break? I usually just play some games. Playing games? Man, come on, what's so fun about that? Well, I won $500 in my game earlier. Is it a slot game? I won before too, but they never let me cash out. Man, you must have played a fake one. I just cashed out $500 in my bank account yesterday. No, why did you stop talking? I just won another $800. What game is it? Tell me.
Oh, God, I hate those commercials.
Now, tirzepatide for weight management is available in a dissolvable tablet. It's not the injection and doesn't offer the same strength or clinical evidence as the injectable form, and results will differ from the injection. But for patients who don't want shots, this tablet option is worth exploring. Understanding results will differ from the injection. Tirzepatide tablets are a prescription that starts with a telehealth evaluation by a licensed physician who reviews your health history. And if it's right for you, they prescribe it. This might be worth a conversation. Every parent wants to leave their children a better life, but Washington is sticking us all with trillions in debt and making everything harder to afford. As governor, Mark Sanford courageously protected taxpayers, vetoed court, and balanced budgets to safeguard our children's future. Mark Sanford, proven conservative leader, we could count on in the Senate to leave our grandkids opportunity, not debt they'll never be able to repay. American Energy Bank.
Yes! Win! Oh my God, yes! Hi, man, it's San Antonio. What is wrong with you? Our team just lost the finals. Oh, sorry. I just hit the massive jackpot on lavish luck. Guys, drinks are all on me tonight.
This game is free download. If you're lucky, you can win up to $500 in
All right, SK Hynix pulling in a little bit. The New York Fang components starting to fade off the highs a little bit. Still looking pretty good, though. Very nice day for the New York Fang components. Okay, so it's kind of hard to short that. I mean, you could probably try to sell. I would only do for intraday, a reversal for intraday. It's 241 on the East Coast. Most likely we're going to break out. The strength in these stocks like Palantir, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they don't point to a market right now where you want to short it. Okay, let me go check on my lunch. I'll be right back.
Traveler magazine. Bricks without the tabs.
What do you do when you have a bad day?
Okay, that's all for now. The people you trust.
That's Cincinnati Insurance.
It's $240 on Wall Street. We do check markets. So on the S&P 500 index going close to a record high, exceptional highs, but still looking at a gain of 1.9%. The S&P at a record 7742. It is up 142 points, trading above 7. Dow Industrial
industrial is about 54,000 now. 74. 54,000 points. It's go up by 1.8% right now. Nasdaq 100 index up 3.3%. Nasdaq Composite index up now 2.6%. The stocks, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's semiconductor index is running at 6.7%. The VIX right around 16 right now. By the way, remember the stocks is against micro prices. AMD reports after the close of trade today, and 2-year 4.19%, the 10-year 4.62%, and the 30-year 5.19%. Gold at $4.79 ounce, 0.6%. Much of the rally today sparked by the decline in crude. West Texas, Italy, and down 5%, 75.90. Barrel of Brent below 80 to 79.54. Brent crude right now. Earnings news: Caterpillar reported this morning, and what's really giant up by 6.5%. McDonald's, meanwhile, made a new U.S. president. Shares there are just about flat on the day. A little change actually. Jefferies Financial Group shares down 0.5%. Now, Jefferies has been told that some of the invoices underpinning its financing on iron ore share Sapphire Metals Corp are not genuine. That's according to people from the and that 5.10%. A lot more on this topic coming up in just a moment with Bloomberg Schreen. Recap against a record 42 points up by 2%. We've got SpaceX trading. SpaceX up by 8.7% on the Charlie Mount. This is Bloomberg.
Right back to Charlie. We pick up for Charlie up there and talking about Jefferies Finance. The group has been told that some of the invoices underpinning its financing through iron ore trader called Sapphire Metals, excuse me, are not genuine for the people from the informatics space where the corporate's been reporting analyst. We first start with Morris Bloomberg News Chief Western Correspondent Srinath from covering the financial spaces here in the studio. For those who maybe haven't been following this one,
this is the latest in a series of incidents which is shining more light on the risk of receivables finance. Typically, ordinarily, this should be safe. You are lending against invoices. It's secured by invoices. You expect your client to ultimately pay it, and you expect to be paid back. When it goes right, it is good money for the lenders, but the allocation to we saw it last year with its first brand, all the allegation of fraud and scamming happened. Now, over the last week, we've seen these instances first with radio last year, and now another company, Sapphire Metals, which seems to be saying tied to radiant qualities at some point. Radiant qualities were rejected. The interesting bit for us is the connection point with why Bonita is a trade finance fund for this fund at asset management division of Jefferies. So it's just another black eye for Jefferies at a time when investors to be asking more questions about investing the steps.
Is this part of it?
To quote Jamie Dimon, it certainly feels like a good approach out there. My question is it an infestation? Not necessarily. Is it going to have a negative financial impact on Jefferies? Not necessarily. It has a 5.9% stake in Bank Bonita. But does it leave a bit of a sour impression for their investors and for analysts and for people wondering about banks and their investors and their tie-ups with other trade finances?
Like oversight, like what is it? Assessing risks and so on.
At some point, you have to assume that some of the allegations we're talking about is finances. Again, to be clear, Radiant World denied those allegations last week. Sapphire today is denying those allegations again. But when you talk, if it is what the allegations are last contract from, you also have to wonder how easy is it for some of these funds to be doing all the diligence that's required. You're completely ensured that you stuff that up. That might not necessarily be possible. But your investors will expect here is that it's a much better diligence fund. And that will focus people to reassess their processes to be able to sniff out risk and to be able to avoid some disadvantages.
continue forward. We can take that. All right. It's a good day. You and the team. This part is like, oh my god, but it's actually pretty cool. It is cool. It's actually and again, on the one hand, slightly funding that the students make is not fit. Really interesting, but that's correct. Like we're used to these ideas of tax and stuff. Yeah, I mean, these are aspects where like the growth of the laws of so it's ideas commission free trade. We can do a lot more of these things. The work is happening. Take a lot of mathematicians and PhDs that come together and come up with strategies. You suddenly do what Tim rightly explained is taking these strategies and applying steroids on them, that they become so much more potent that advertising from firms like AQR is like if you put money in this, not only will we make sure that your money grows over time, but the intent we will also keep generating losses that you can use to write off your capital gains. That's why I'm very so we are very specifically talking about these tax aware strategies. Assume you're early in the year, your stock is not affected. You send in $100 million, but if you wanted to realize those gains, you also have hefty tax coming against that. So you go to an AQR, maybe you set aside a fund that will put in the against that AQR can go and do some. Say they borrow $18 million against it, they can put $15 million along this, they can put $20 million. You are tracking some of the biggest companies out there in the US that have taxes. A little bit different.
NVIDIA is still going here. Whoops. NVIDIA is going. All right, so NVIDIA looking, damn, stop that. NVIDIA on a move, trying to take out the recent highs.
On the days that the market's in this bull mode, your shorts are not performing well. You close out those positions.
NVIDIA moving back to the highs.
These little losses that start to pile up, and in the long term, you make money. So eventually, what does the money look like? AQR is an example for one of their products is you put $100 million with them over 10 years before your money can triple. Very good return. At the same time, they will also generate $587 million of capital losses over that 10-year period. That is a lot of money to be able to write off capital gains in other parts of your portfolio. You can see the picture. You can see the real for so many people wanting to go into a strategy like this. Yeah. Legal, for the most part, seems to be, no one's really said it's illegal. We have had noise from the Trump treasury, from the Trump administration saying some of these trade and some of these more aggressive tactics seem to be potentially abusive, but nothing that anyone has really offered out there that closes these loopholes or has outright banned them. But at the same time, they're quite effective, and as our own Matt Levine said, it's very hard to beat the market, much easier to beat the IRS. With that, you can attract a lot of money, and that in part has prepared AQR to become the world's largest hedge fund because of the last few years.
We think there's a chance, there's not a great chance. So the betting markets have it at like 27%. We think it's a little higher than that. Our firm actually does a lot of work with the federal government, a lot of state governments. So we have a little bit more insight, but I think it's less than 50%. You know, it's going to be really tough. The battle lines are drawn. We're not holding out a lot of hope, and I think the market is already basically priced in that the act is not going to happen.
So I see Ethereum up 4.6%. I'm gonna in 1 month, and I'm gonna double check where Bitcoin is in 1 month. It's up just fractionally. Ethereum did better than Bitcoin. What do you think the recent 1 month move higher for these crypto names it's attributed to?
Mostly it's a reversion to mean. Bitcoin went down less than a lot of other tokens, so now that it's kind of stabilized, is going sideways a little bit. Some of those are recovering. The long-term drivers are, what you're seeing with tokenized assets, we call RWAs in the space. Those in crypto believe there's an interesting future where you have tons of the world's financial, institutions and assets moving on chain. And so the winners appear to be Ethereum, Solana, BNB, Sweep, Stellar, like the coins, the altcoins that are more aligned with that thesis have been outperforming the market by a lot. The ones that don't have much of that thesis, it's been more of a bloodbath.
Think about what has been going on geopolitically and that kind of story where you're constantly in geopolitics. People may not be running to Bitcoin at the moment, and people were looking to AI. I mean, a lot of folks who love Bitcoin say Bitcoin's still very much fundamentally sound and has this room to the upside, but some of the other issues just sort of got in the way. And on the market talk, it was talking about the geopolitical uncertainty that has been on the rise. Bitcoin remains weak. Strategy selling Bitcoin. I mean, we talked a lot about that. And some of that obviously was just so strategy could meet some of their the preferreds. And so they're still very much into Bitcoin. And Michael Saylor, some of your thoughts on some of those headline stories?
Yeah, the strategy one, I think, is overblown in the space. He definitely was the ultimate hodler, and he personally sold the ultimate hodler. It turned out not to be quite as much a hodler at the strategy level. It totally makes sense. I mean, we're seeing this across the spectrum. There were 200 digital asset tech treasury companies that launched. The majority of them have sold a portion, in some cases all of their digital assets, because they're trading at 70 cents on the dollar. And if you can, sell assets at 100 cents on the dollar and buy back a 70-cent asset, it just makes a lot of sense. And also the capital markets are pretty close to those companies right now. So I think, seeing a little bit of rotation from strategy isn't a big deal. Totally expected. I think there'll be a net acquirer in the near future, when we see some price recovery. And then on the pricing side, you talk about the shift to the AI trade. It just makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of traders in crypto. These assets, fly around a lot. The volume for BTC exceeds gold. It exceeds a lot of other assets. So it's a trader's world, and that there's more exciting trades right now. Bitcoin's been pretty flat, been kind of hovering in the $60,000 mark for a while, and AI chip stocks and everything are up, 20x or more. So that's where the trading activity is gone. That's where a lot of the excitement is gone. We think it'll come back. I mean, AI, as of moment, there's probably some overblown there also, and we'll probably see a more reversion to mean in that sector, and then those dollars will try to find the next trade.
So you do expect it to come back as well. The reversion to the mean makes sense there on what you're saying. Let's also, I just wanted to clarify too, strategy now for the third time the company has sold cryptocurrency this year, because on Monday it sold over 1,600 Bitcoin, and that value was over 104 million last week. That was peanuts as far as what they really own. Just to make, just so people understand the big picture. We had also.
Was it yesterday?
No, he wasn't looking. No, he wasn't. Oh. He wasn't looking. No, he was. He was here yesterday. He was here, but he was very cautious about, especially on the oil side.
Yeah.
About the oil market maybe not seeing this 100%.
Exactly, right? Because you're talking about some of the stuff and the concerns and running out overseas, Europe and elsewhere. All right, keeping a watch on the markets. I'm Carol Master along with Tim Stenberg. Let's get to some stocks on this Tuesday. With us is Bloomberg TV markets correspondent Emma Melinda, joining us from Stock Movers. Let's talk about one that reported earnings after the close late yesterday.
And the best performing stock in the S&P 500 today. We're seeing Palantir heading for its biggest jump since 2024. Now, this comes after the company did report that commercial sales rose 149% from a year prior. Now, this really is just pushing behind all the skeptics that have been thinking about whether or not Palantir was actually going to be able to continue forward in this race. Citi saying that it defied some of those critics, those skeptics there. We know that the company raised revenue and profit, both the forecasts there. And the CEO also called its demand for its AI software, quote, other. So you are seeing the stock really being celebrated today. It was down about 29% year to date through yesterday's close. Take a look now, and it's down just about 9% for that time frame.
Still 21% lower than its November high. Right, not to be a party pooper, but just, yeah, but you're right, investors buying in a big way. All right, let's head to Wayfair. It's company Tim and I talked to the CFO, Kate Gulliver. I mean, this stock is just off and running today.
It is, and the ticker is pretty simple, W. Its US sales actually grew at their fastest pace since 2021. So maybe we're back to those pandemic days where everyone's remodeling and bringing some furniture into their homes. But we really did see this all being buoyed by the fact that they're leaning a bit more into brick and mortar stores. We know that Wayfair has really been an online company for quite a while, but they have been branching out into some of those physical stores there. And then also demand for some of its higher brands. Its Paragold line, I'm less familiar with, but apparently it's a hit. We're seeing shares of the company up about 15% for 2026.
Yeah, Kate Gulliver told us about it. She mentioned that part of the brand specifically. I mean, it's a standalone brand. You know much more about this than me.
And she did point out that it's about, I think, $400 million in sales. So she did say in terms of the perspective of the overall revenue line, but growing that higher end. And I'm assuming, maybe comes with higher margins. We'll see. But she also did talk about.
Be interesting to see what Marty's wide signal.
5 more stores coming into 2027. So this is certainly
points right now. On new data center grid approvals. That's Texas, believe it or not. Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, has ordered an audit of every new data center project seeking to connect to Texas's main power grid before moving forward. Developers will have to disclose their power and water needs, the tax incentives, and plans to minimize their impact on local communities. The move comes 3 weeks after New York, remember, became the first state in America to impose a moratorium on new, larger scale data centers, something that was big and controversial from Governor Kathy Hochul, a Democrat in New York. Interesting now that you have multiple states with different party affiliation governors who are now moving to at least tap the brakes, if you will, on this data center.
Particular sensitive, we've talked to Tyler Page and a few others from companies in Texas. They're doing big data center projects. The key to know about the Texas effort is they're halting the approval of new data centers, which are seeking to connect to the main electrical grid. As many of our guests on this program would say, they are increasingly in an era where you bring your own power.
Right.
If you can do that, there's probably not an issue.
There you go. All right. Thanks very much for watching Power Lunch, everyone.
Closing bell starts right now.
Guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wilder, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. Begins with stocks at record highs and several reasons behind that surge. Oil down sharply on talk of a soon-to-come resolution in the Strait of Hormuz. Blowout earnings from Palantir and Caterpillar. Yields falling and a resumption of the momentum trade as chip names rip higher today. Let's show you the scorecard now with 60 to go in regulation. A strong day really across the board. Tech, though, by far the best sector. NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft are all nicely higher today. And so SpaceX ahead of its earnings report coming in overtime. We'll have a preview of that coming up as well. A lot of the software names are higher. The banks are strong today. So it's pretty broad-based, and it does take us to our talk of the tape. How far can stocks run? Well, here's Britholtz's Josh Brown from today's halftime report.
I think it's one of the healthiest tapes I've ever been in, quite frankly. I'm doing this now 29 years professionally, and it's just like, it's textbook. If you were able to write it up and submit it, this is what I want the bull market to look and feel like and act like. That's what we have in front of us.
Let's discuss and debate now to our panel. Treasury Partners Richard Saperstein, BNY Wealth, Alicia Levine, Schwab's Kevin Gordon. What do you think? Is this one of the best tapes you've ever seen?
I can't remember how long I've been doing this, but it's a very good tape. Look, last week's blowout earnings really reinforced one of our long-term themes, which is cloud demand exceeds supply and will continue to exceed supply for at least another year and a half. Secondly, we all talk, there's questions about the return on this cloud investment, the CapEx, the large amounts. If you look at operating earnings, funds from operations, we're
which we call OCF, and look at it over the next 12 months for the large hyperscalers, Amazon, Google, and Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, yeah, slipped up, okay? They're expected to generate 210, 200, yeah, that's good. Okay. 210 to 250 billion dollars in operating cash flow next year. If you go back 3 years and look at what they were generating, it's up anywhere from 110 to 140% in 3 years. So if we're looking for a return on that massive CapEx investment, look at the operating cash flows. They're growing dramatically. And that's what we should be focusing on as a return on that massive CapEx investment. Do we have one of the healthiest takes that we've seen in a while? It's a broadening tape. It's not carried by just a small number of stocks like maybe it was before. Is this what you want a bull market to look like Josh Brown suggests?
This is exactly what you want it to look like. I mean, we have earnings coming in at 27% year over year. It's actually 47%, not including the Anthropic monetizations and calculating some of the hyperscalers. But the big questions that have been out there that have really sat on the market, what's the market going to do when yields go 4.5? What's the market going to do when the war in Iran restarts? It's generally accepted that there's no easy answers here. Structurally higher for longer. What's the market going to do with 3+% inflation and a Fed that may or may not hike rates? Right. All these questions have sat there, and the only thing that really matters is the question of earnings, driving earnings, and the question of whether reason of the answer is no, because you have a reacceleration of the business models that carried us to this place over the last 15 years.
Conventional wisdom would have said, when you asked all three of those questions, well, the market's going to go down under that scenario, and the market's going to go down under that one, and certainly under that one, resilient tape.
Right, right now, the S&P is 71% constituents above the 200-day moving average, higher than it was on June 2nd, the last high.
Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm just taking some notes here.
It gets exceeded here.
Starting to hear about that, right? Those numbers, 8,000 and above. Does that make sense to you too?
Well, I think especially to the stat that Alicia just pointed out, I thought what was most interesting over the past couple of months, even as you saw basically an unchanged S&P 500 at the cap weighted level, growth was improving under the surface as you were going through significant carnage in the memory names, the semiconductors, and a pretty significant washout. So the fact that growth has held up in that, and I think even today, if you look ex tech, to me the more important signal you're getting is from the signal points in the market, and sort of those ones that are tied more to what has been, I think, a validation of the economic data on the manufacturing side of the economy. Yesterday, ISM manufactured PMI very much confirming that you are going through sort of a closing out and a phasing out of manufacturing recession in the U.S. Not to say that you're going into extraordinary boom, but you're at least finishing that multi-year period where manufacturing was in the doldrums. You're finally starting to see reacceleration.
Right, but you could be going into a boom given all the data center demand and needs that are out there for at minimum.
It could be, yeah. I mean, outside of that, you're still seeing weakness in overall construction spending. So data center construction is a smaller share of overall spending. Not to say that it hasn't had, it's up almost 50% year over year, but the signals that you get from the PMIs at least have pointed to what should be a validation of the hard data later this year.
We seem to have been, asking at least some more of the question as to when you had the big rollover, the momentum trade, it was big and it was swift, right? In some respects, did that mark maybe a peak? When you saw some of the chip names, was that a peak in that trade? Now, they haven't all gotten it all back, but this commentary that I mentioned on Halftime Report today from Scott Rooker of Citadel Securities, I thought was an important note to discuss. Early summer excesses have largely been unwound. Quote, we believe the launch of the global technical reset is behind us. Importantly, the reset occurred through rotation, deleveraging, and stronger fundamentals, not through a deterioration in the macroeconomic backdrop. July did not change the structural bull market, it reset it. Does that make sense? Is that right? It does, because the economy is fundamentally strong. Manufacturing is strong, data center build out is affecting and improving the real economy. Employment is strong. The Fed, whether on hold or tighten, even if they tighten, will be net positive for stocks and bonds. And it's going to leach through towards earnings, and earnings are what's going to drive the S&P. So even though there's rotation like that, in the long run, as we have a strong economy and we have a strong business condition, we're gonna get rising earnings, and that's where the market's gonna go. The implication of the comment that it reset it implies that the next leg, as you said, may be upon us now.
Yeah.
As we've cleaned out some of the excess that needed to be cleaned out, and now we can rebuild in a, to use Josh's terminology, in a healthier way.
So some of the charts were parabolas, and those had to come down. Some of those may not have corrected fully, yeah, but the parabolas had to break in order to move higher. And in addition, the leverage had to come out of the system, because you now have levered ETFs, and investors are leveraging the levered ETFs. I think last Thursday, with the unwind of situational awareness, which was 4 times levered, was sort of the crescendo in this. Like, it's over, tapes are clean, leverage is much lower, and now the earnings can take us higher. The big question here really in the market, and you saw the angst over the hyperscalers, is what's the ROI? Are we getting anywhere? Are they spending into oblivion? And I think once that question was answered, and the market just plowed right through with the yield at 4.7%. I mean, I think that was it.
Well,
now earnings are going to take over from here.
So some suggested yesterday that both of those questions were answered in a positive way. In terms of hyperscaler earnings, the return on investment, you can check a box and say, okay, we're seeing it at least in some instances enough to make us happy, and we're not getting a tick back in any kind of spending to make us nervous. So we came through an earnings
All right, Netflix turning back up. Good. Joining the party. Apple's fading a little bit, but that'll be fine tomorrow, most likely. Apple, looking for that to close above the 50-day. Okay, we're still dealing with the 50-day. Would have been nice to close above.
Maybe doesn't focus on the revenue backdrop at first, but then comes to its senses.
You can see a lot of volume is traded in this area right here on the left. A lot of trading has happened at this level between here, 320 and 245. Basically, 100 points. There's been a lot of trading that's happened there. Once we get above this level right here, back into the gap and above the 9 and 21 day, then we have a chance to get back to the recent highs. Remember the last time Apple had a bad or sustained pullback, it bounced. Where was that? That was over here with the flip phone. Not the flip phone, the foldable phone wasn't working. We pulled back and then bounced. Anyway, Apple looks good. Broadcom above the 50-day. Broadcom's above the 50-day. Looking for that to follow through. Broadcom. That looks good. Should follow through tomorrow. Note the Bollinger Bands. Watch for them to open up tomorrow. That's telling you fast move. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics bullish. We've got volume picking up. Looks really good. Netflix, looking for it to continue what it started 2 weeks ago. Get back to the 50-day, 75, 80 would be good. Tesla, day 9 on Tesla. This one has turned the corner. MACD and stochastics are turning. RSI is rising. This looks really good for a retest of that pivot and the gap. Okay, S&P moving back up. S&P moving back up. Having a really good day on S&P. Breaking out to new all-time highs.
Spends on the tech side. So now that's been cleared. That can move higher. We also made some charts, like we really cleared some charts. They look better went through 50 days, went through 200 days. A lot of those charts, the big stocks were trading below that. So that looks good. So I think for the short term, tech is going to lead out of here. But with PMIs where they are and the economy is doing just fine, and we're learned that consumption's just fine in the second quarter GDP numbers, that consumption essentially led GDP there. And it looks pretty good to me. Now, we're mindful of the fact it's a midterm election year.
About that literally next. Is there midterm risk?
Yes, of course there's risk here. I mean, I think you have to, like, we have a certain policy about it. It's been so noisy. The noise is noisy. Ignore it.
Meta's trying to break out.
Be a different kind of noise that's going to come out.
Okay, Tesla going here. Tesla.
There's always some heading into the election. It just is policy changes. Will we ban data centers everywhere? Will the Senate flip also? And then what's going to happen to the administration's agenda, which the market.
SK Hunt. Oop.
the midterms? Do you think there's risk around a Fed that isn't as friendly?
I probably weighted more, I mean, certainly midterm risk, because there's always election-related volatility, but I think I weighted a little bit more towards the Fed, not just
Truly believe that this time around, that if we get a rate hike, that this bull market's just fine.
Netflix looking good, turning up. Tesla back to the evening session highs. Opening range high was over here at around 1 o'clock. We moved above the opening range high. That was at the open. Tesla looking good here. Tesla.
that you don't necessarily have an entity bull market historically. The S&P 500 volatility event around the
Tesla looks good.
there it's done relatively well. So I think as long as the fundamentals continue to support an economy that's growing, then you don't necessarily have the Fed as big of an enemy for the market as it could be.
Last word goes to you. You agree with that?
So the biggest risk that I see is inflated earnings expectations. Because analysts can mark them up and you can have great 30-40% growth, but if it's not met, they'll be disappointed. I'm not worried about the election. I'm not worried about the Fed. If the Fed bumps rates a quarter point, half a point, I think stocks continue to rally based on earnings growth. Absolutely. And guess what? Bond market will rally also because it'll show the Fed's serious about fighting inflation. And the long-term bondholders, the vigilantes, will actually have to pull in. Bonds will rally. Yeah. Rates will go down on the long end. Absolutely. It's a counterintuitive analysis. I'm long high-grade munis, so I'm really yeah.
All right. We'll have another conversation if that happens. We will. We'll see you guys. Thanks for being here, Scott. I appreciate having everybody at Post 9. SpaceX is higher today ahead of its earnings tonight. Morgan Brennan.
Wow, the market looked really great. If we can get Apple to turn back up. Google just off the highs of the session made a new high. Made a new high. That red line. We had some pivots we had to take out right here. We took it out today. That looks good. Google, Palantir, a little bit of a dip there. It's starting to turn back up. The high of the day was right there.
Says on the call is going to matter the most. Color, guidance, also confidence, especially as that stock lockup expiration process starts Thursday, which has been an overhang on the stock. Now, regarding the heavy short interest, just about an hour ago, Musk on X saying this, quote, I tried to warn them, but they just double down. So we're seeing SpaceX stocks. Close here, but watch other space stocks too. Those may move in sympathy, as has been the case post-IPO. And you can see the big moves in some of those names on your screen right now. According to at least one analyst, Starlink commentary could trigger moves in the telecom players too. We've seen that in recent weeks. And keep an eye on sister company Tesla, especially if there's any more fielding of merger questions on that conference call, which kicks off at 4:30 Eastern.
Well, there are going to be questions. Whether they're fielded is another story. And that's why you appropriately, I think, use that word. Thanks. We'll see you then. Morgan, thank you. It's Morgan Brennan. Now to our panel, CNBC contributors, Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington, and Plexo Capital's Lo Tony. Good to have you both with us. All right, Bryn, what do you expect here? GCT pick.
I think it's interesting. The Google Anthropic deals alone will generate more revenue than SpaceX did in all of 2025. And so I think the metrics year over year are going to be massive. And obviously Google and Anthropic, that's just getting started. But I think I always think about great company, but it isn't a great stock right now. And my rule of thumb, I think, be very careful about buying a mega IPO in the first year, because the history will tell you that in that first year of mega IPOs, whether it's Facebook, Uber, Alibaba, the average stock return is like negative 30 to 40%. I do think Morgan hit on it. There's going to be a big lockup unwound after this report, another big lockup unwind of shares in the next report. So I just think mechanically, I think investors need to just understand, if you want to own it long term, have a 1 year dollar cost average. So I think as this lockup comes out, it's just going to put unnatural selling pressure that will go away after the first year.
Well, see, Lo, that's such an interesting point. You know, if you look at the lockup and you say, well, they're not doing a cliff dive
because it's a stair step to at least alleviate some of that initial barrage of supply that's coming on the market. You could say, okay, that's a good thing. But the flip side, of course, is that you just prolong the agony, so to speak. And you
SpaceX.
a much longer period of having to watch this supply come on the market, and maybe that impacts the share price over a longer period of time before it can really settle out and find its level. How would you assess that?
I think that's spot on. And, this is going to be something to watch for because the number of things that need to be financed are massive. And so this stock lockup is going to be very important to watch because one of the things that Elon has in his toolkit is the ability to issue more equity, potentially even more debt. And so there's three things that I'm really watching for tonight. And Morgan hit it is kind of what does Elon say? How does he say it in response to these questions? First, how does Elon define SpaceX? Is this still fundamentally a space and connectivity company, or is he explicitly positioning it as a vertically integrated hyperscaler? Second, what infrastructure is SpaceX building and how much is going to be supported by committed demand, and when does that investment begin producing cash? And third and finally is how will it finance the next phase, right? Is it going to be more corporate debt and equity, or is it going to be a more sophisticated architecture involving customers, infrastructure capital, and asset level financing, kind of similar to what we've seen with Meta? And these answers matter because SpaceX is really entering the hyperscaler race kind of from the opposite starting point of Google. Google used an asset light and increasing returns ad business to be able to build its war chest, data centers, internal expertise, cloud business, and SpaceX is beginning with one capital intensive business and is now attempting to use Starlink to finance several more. So Google built the war chest before entering the infrastructure war. SpaceX is trying to build the war chest and fight the war at the same time.
What answer do investors want to hear, do you think, on the question that you pose of how does Elon define the company? What's the better answer, I guess?
Yeah, this is the tricky one because, it goes to something Brent says, which is Elon looking at this with the vision of focusing on Starlink and the launch business, the space business, and using this AI opportunity just as the ability to create incremental cash flow from these assets that he has? I mean, that's a very interesting strategy. Or is the bigger vision, Elon moving beyond just SpaceX and architecting a financing strategy that has this grand vision, which I think everyone was also looking for, to include Tesla potentially?
Well, I would say, Bryn, that I almost feel like it's almost a rhetorical question because Elon and incremental don't go in the same sentence. Bigger vision and Elon do. So I would almost suggest that it's the latter that we would likely get in the way that he likely thinks. And maybe investors want him to be thinking that to better justify a higher valuation. I'm not sure. You tell me.
Well, I would say that Elon is very rare because actually say he thinks exponentially. And most of us, like myself, we can't do that. We think linearly. And so I think he's always an exponential thinker, which makes him such a unicorn. I do think regarding Tesla, I think Tesla has just fallen off the bed from a technical perspective, whereas 450 was the
Apple turning up. Okay, here goes Apple.
SpaceX has come down and I think it's about $1.6 trillion market cap. I think it gets harder to pull off an acquisition of sorts. It would make sense that ultimately
Apple turning, Mondo. Apple turning.
Around Tesla. But once again, long term, people want to be invested with Elon. That's why I'm in Tesla. But as an individual position, I'm going to sit this one out until more shares come out. I can get a better understanding of how the stock trades. I do think investors, like a Palantir, great company, but not always a great stock. You need to separate those two when you're an investor.
Well, a great stock today. There's no question about that in terms of Palantir. Lo, do you think that a SpaceX Tesla combination is inevitable?
It looks that way. I mean, to Brent's point, Elon he's not an incrementalist. He is the big vision. And so, Tesla and SpaceX, they started with cars, factories, rockets, satellites, energy, and now they're building the intelligence layer.
Apple turning back up.
And so again,
Apple.
Google started with software.
All right, so we got like a little descending channel here. Got a little descending channel on Apple, looking for a break to the upside. These usually break to the upside. A pop to the upside. What happens is you get the run up into the highs. You get some selling, consolidation of the recent gains, and then boom, it takes off to the upside. Looks like maybe Apple will close above the 50-day. All right, Tesla trying to push a bit higher. Just hit the highs here. Ooh, what a day.
We're just getting started here on another record-setting day on Wall Street. Coming up, top-ranked retail analyst Matt Boss of JP Morgan hit a big fall on Nike today. Could be the reason for that weakness you see.
Apple would love to see this above the 50-day by the close. That would certainly change a lot of people's minds. We got some 320 calls. Apple 320, 330 call spreads. Tesla, November 320, 330. Looking for a breakout. Those, I believe, are a, let me see, a 50 delta, 40 delta, Apple. Those are November. November, that is a 50 delta. 50 delta. Apple. I tell you what, man, I took off Friday. It felt really weird being off a day when the market was open. Even though I knew that I had plenty of, as we say in Louisiana, plenty of lagniappe. I had plenty of room for my positions. I took the Microsoft call spread off, or put spread off. No, it was call spread, right? I took the Microsoft call spread off on Friday when I was out of town. I just had this feeling that Microsoft was going to keep going. I had sold the 470s, and the good thing, because this thing just keeps going. I had to laugh when I looked at this. It's like it was an 18 delta at the time. I thought I sold the 10 deltas actually, but no, it was an 18 delta. And after what happened on Thursday morning, I was like, okay, I got to get out of this. Friday we moved higher. All right, there goes Meta. Meta's starting to move too. Meta. Okay, Meta, we sold put credits on this one. I took the put credits off on Meta. I don't have any put credits on Meta anymore. Could have held it, decided to take it off. Had a nice profit, I believe $40 rings a bell, $40 debit. I think I sold for 135, 125, something like that. Made, I believe, about $80 in profit per contract. I have 10 of those. 40, yeah, 125. I got out at 40. $40 debit. Apple turning back up. Google, little profit taking. Meta's still pushing.
Today from the top-rated retail analyst on Wall Street. Sign of just how tough this road has been for that name. Matthew Boss, JP Morgan. Did it. He's here right now. Welcome back. Thanks for having me, Scott. All right, why was today the day?
Look, the numbers are just too hard to ignore, meaning we're now 20% below the street in our published numbers for the back half of this year and then into 2028. If I run a downside scenario, which would be the reset that they've done in China, a lower recapture rate tied to the lack of innovation that I think they have as an issue for the next 12 months, plus the store closures in North America, you could get to a scenario that's 50% below where consensus was for healthier earnings 1 year ago.
It's amazing to me that you suggest through this call today and the notes that you provided that it's such a wide-ranging problem.
Yeah.
Geographically, this is as much a China as a U.S. as seemingly everywhere else. How did you get to that?
It's really every single region, and I think that there's a couple dynamics at play. One, you've had the market share shift, meaning a lot of the smaller players, Hoka, they're not so small anymore.
You call those the ankle biters? Are those the ones you're referring to?
Yeah, except they're not biting the ankle anymore. I think they're halfway up the knee. And so the issue that you now have is the space as a whole, meaning the sportswear space, has over-indexed coming out of the pandemic. It never lost that over-indexing. And so the growth rate in that space is now smaller. There's greater competition, and the strategy changes that took place before this latest regime at management, they pushed the consumer. And by pushing the consumer towards digital, they opened up shelf space for a lot of this competition. So it's not just good enough to put better product on the shelf. You now have to convince that consumer to change their traffic behavior and to return to Nike.
How difficult is that going to be?
Well, you're sitting on declines of 20% in Europe. You're sitting on a $1.2 billion distribution cut in China, and you're cutting 10% right now in the next 12 months of your North American store base. And so you're losing further shelf space. You're losing sell in, which impacts the sell out. And this innovation is still only starting in the spring.
You even question whether the marketing strategy is effective in reaching to today's consumer in ways that seemed before to be, frankly, a layup.
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, it's not good enough to just own the athlete today. You need to own the lifestyle. You need to own the community. The product, as you launch it, is immediately deemed positive or negative by the influencers. And so the question is, how do you own that community? And that's a full-blown change in that, if anything, evens the playing field with smaller brands as they battle up against Nike that historically could own the Michael Jordans of the world. And then you had the halo effect even on non-basketball products.
You ask whether Nike needs to remain a quote-unquote portfolio of brands, and what is the right category mix? What's your answer to that question?
Well, look, I'm always a believer in sticking to the core. And so the question is the multi-brand portfolio right now with Converse that's been under extreme pressure does beg the question of the risk reward on having multiple brands within the portfolio, or is this
Okay, Apple looking good here. Apple Meta is about to break out of the pre-market high here.
Is there any World Cup bump that helps a company like this? That's a kind of question that we would normally ask for any major sportswear brand that had any kind of profile at the world's largest sporting event.
It is. They that they saw in June. The reality
Okay, about to go. Needs to get above the 50 day.
China that will be down on our estimates in the mid-20s for the next 18 months as they clean up distribution. You have Europe with same-store sales that's down 19% as we speak. And North America, as I said before, you're cutting 10% of the store base, and that's just starting today.
This really is an incredible chart to look at. Can you throw that back up, guys, please? I almost can't believe it that down 75% over 5 years for a name like this. You go through a couple of CEOs. What about Elliott Hill? is he the, I hate to even ask this question, like, how do you assess whether the right person is in the seat to lead the turnaround that you think needs to happen? And I ask that without any disrespect to that gentleman that I'm referring to, but I don't know how you can't ask the question.
Well, so you asked, it's a great question, and it's really the only question that matters today. And what I would say is they have their analyst day coming up at the end of November. I think what they want to lay out and let investors know is we have, by the end of this calendar year, assessed all decisions to get this company back to sustainable, profitable growth longer term. The issue is the decisions that they're making today have financial impact in 27 and into 2028. And the consensus is still, in my best guess, probably 30% too high. And as you said on that chart, what's interesting is in the last 12 months, the earnings estimates are down 50%.
Okay, Tesla just got rejected. Apple back up to the high.
Trades with a mid-20s multiple. How? That's the issue. It's the legacy of what Nike was and the earnings estimates not being fully taken into account. And so what you're left with is a 10% operating margin company in an industry that looks to grow mid-single digits. That's not a 25%, that's not a 25 times multiple. I have Tapestry, Ralph Lauren, I have Palmer Sports that are growing earnings at a 20% consistent clip that are trading at lower multiples.
Wow. I'll let you go, but their favorite name right now is probably one of those.
I like those three. Those are my three.
All right, we're breaking out. Meta breaking out.
The same note, downgrading estimates, and that was kind of the name of the game. Winners versus losers.
We'll talk to you soon, Matt. Thanks. Great to be back, Matt. You boss. All right, straight ahead, more on today's market rally, including this big surge in semis and software as well. We're back on the bell after this.
FIS. SHAK.
All right. So SpaceX, that's going to be fun, right? 50-50. I don't know. You look at the price action, you'd think shorts, it looks like shorts are covering. That's what it looks like. It looks like shorts are already started to cover because they doubled down on their position. There was they had 25 billion in bearish bets on SpaceX. Imagine if this gaps up. If this gaps up, holy smokes. It's going to crush a lot of shorts. Okay, Apple breaking out. Apple the breakout. Okay, resolved higher. The channel resolved higher. Whoops. Sorry about that. Back up to the high of the day.
SLS.
Oh, boy. Fastly. Yeah, that's good. All right, Fastly looks good. All right, looks good. Nvidia trying to push higher. Meta's still going. All right, the New York Fangs are killing it. All right, S&P is going to take out the high. Jeez.
Semi stocks, they are soaring in today's record-setting rally. Let's get back now, to Christina, with a look at those names. Tell us more.
That's really just what it turned, Scott, for chips. Specifically, we the group was down 30% from its high since then. The SOX index has had its biggest 4-day rally since the COVID crash. The up over 2% or so, but not everyone believes it. BTI just put out a note saying they think the bounce failed as traders burned in July's headline news the rebound to actually get out, capping this rally. And even after this run, the group like the SMH, for example, I was just checking, is still 14% off its 52-week high. Today's fuel specifically is optical. Here, the government is drafting a ban on optical transceivers, specifically for data centers. So that's the parts that fuel data inside AI centers. The bet is that U.S. cloud buyers will ship those orders to domestic suppliers, though, it does cut both ways. Names like Marvell and Broadcom experts too. So even a share shift does bring some disruption for them, but you can see not affecting their stock price. Marvell in particular up 13%, also riding a possible just news on a new October analyst day. Then memory up big too. SK Hynix almost 8% after three firms initiated a buy, all on the same AI memory super cycle we've been talking about. Micron higher and fresh counterpoint data showing it's gaining DRAM share, dynamic memory, and it's actually just behind SK Hynix, and the industry really sells out in supply. And then lastly, just overall, you're just seeing the momentum trade helping these chips.
Yeah, momentum's back, at least for now. We'll see. Christina, thanks. Christina Parcinella. Software stocks also surging today. Of course, our Seema Modi is tracking that.
And Scott, that's unique, right? To see chip and software higher on the same day. This is the 8th straight day of gains, though, for the IGV software index. The standout is Palantir, up about 30% following blowout earnings. Revenue in the U.S. jumping 150% over a year ago. CEO Alex Karp telling me that this growth rate is sustainable, saying its frontier business is poised to grow with these margins and with this revenue growth for another 18 months. Now, those comments are seen as what's really driving the entire sector, bolstering this view that companies are, yes, spending on AI software, just being selective. Citi writing that Palantir's results further weaken the bear case around rising AI competition. This as investors count down to earnings from Datadog on Thursday. Remember, its two biggest customers are OpenAI and Anthropic. Separately, comments from Caterpillar CEO also throwing cold water on the AI build-out slowing down. That seems to be helping Oracle, which is up about 13% in the last 2 days. So a little bit of relief there, Scott.
All right, Seema Modi. Up next, the biggest movers as we head into the close.
Oh boy, this is really much better than I anticipated. Apple's still going here. Okay, Palantir. Okay, Palantir, a little consolidation at the highs. Palantir. Fastly, this is one Tony just asked me about. Palantir. Note the Bollinger Bands are opening away from each other. That's telling you look for a fast move. Probably fills this gap pretty good pretty soon. 32, 34, that's the targets. MACD stochastics rising. Just need to see some volume now. Let me go to 6 months. Let me go to 3 months. Okay, so you can see this volume starting to pick up. Okay, we need more volume though. Netflix turned back up just now. Netflix. Okay, Netflix looking for more upside.
LCID.
You're a funny guy. You mean the way I talk? Just, she's just funny. It's, the way you tell the story.
15 to the bell.
Funny how? I mean, it's funny about it. Tom, you got it all wrong. Oh, Anthony. He's a big boy. He knows
Anthony.
What'd you say? Funny how? What? Just, you're funny. You mean, so let me understand this. Maybe it's memory. Maybe. But I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you. Make you laugh. I'm here to amuse you. What do you mean funny? Funny how? How am I funny? Just, how you tell a story. What? No, I don't know. You said it. How do I know? You said I'm funny. How the f am I funny? What the? You're so funny. Tell me what's funny. Get the fuck out of here. Comedy.
Joe Pesci. I love that dude, man. He's so funny. Goodfellas. Great movie. But never seen it.
AMIX may res in 10 seconds. AMPG. AEHR.
Okay.
FFLY.
To Christina now for the stocks that she's watching. What's on your list?
Well, we're going to talk about Cataplex. It's helping the Dow, jumping roughly, it's almost 7% after posting Q2 results that beat expectations. The industrial giant just continues to be an AI beneficiary, with it raising sales and revenue guidance for the year as well. Excuse me, the CEO is saying demand, I was just overwhelmed by this. The CEO is saying demand related to the AI data center build out is just not slowing down. That's helping shares. Wayfair surging roughly 28% after posting Q2 results, of course, that beat estimates and raising its revenue guidance for this current quarter. Wayfair says it saw its strongest U.S. and best free cash flow since the pandemic. The CEO saying it's growing by taking market share, of course, from traditional brick and mortar competitors. Last but not least, this just coming out, shares of Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers.
All right, Apple. We just got back up to the highs of the day. And we got rejected. Got back to the highs of the day and got rejected. Okay.
12 state attorneys general in July and was on track to actually close by September of this year before the lawsuit was filed.
That's a big development. Christina, thank you. Christina Prince-Nevelis. Coming up next, what to watch more from SpaceX, AMD, Amgen, Gilead.
Okay, we just got rejected. S&P also trying to make new highs, got rejected at the highs. We got 9 minutes to go. So profit taking, looking for more upside tomorrow. Why? Because we're in a bullish cycle right now. Okay, so we had a bearish cycle coming into this week. On Thursday and Friday, we managed a bounce. Okay, so you probably saw me mark this up before, but okay, so we had the highs, right? We took out the highs, right? All right. We took out the highs. And then we had this bearish cycle. Previous to that, that was the last bearish cycle. There was one before that. Okay, and then we have these bullish cycles. We have these bullish cycles. Currently on a bullish cycle. Okay, we had this bullish cycle up into this range. And now that this bullish cycle is starting, it's coming on elevated volume. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics are rising. Everything points to a continuation tomorrow. We're at all-time highs, new all-time highs. Is it a guarantee? No, but we are in a bullish cycle. Now, can we come back and retest the breakout and then take off? Yes. Can we get rejected and pull back in, start another bearish cycle? That's possible. So we have to watch. But the odds are everything's going to be good. I mean, you got Microsoft beating earnings last week. and it does this. You got Palantir popping higher, it does that. You got Google higher, looks good. You got Amazon off a little bit today, but higher. You got the New York FANG components, bullish. I always look at this. If this is bullish, I want to stay bullish. If you got a bearish cycle like we had 2 weeks ago into Wednesday, then you go with the flow. Now we have a bullish cycle. Everything's turned up. Odds are we get a bullish cycle tomorrow. I mean, a bullish continuation tomorrow. That said, I am taking profits off the table here and there. Okay, Snowflake just dropped $4 off the high. So you don't want to give up the profits if you're day trading. Okay, come in tomorrow. You made good profits yesterday and today. You take some profits off the table. You come in tomorrow. If everything sets up tomorrow, you're not sitting hoping for something to happen overnight. You can react accordingly. Okay, so what else do I want to take off? Anything? KSK Hynix at the high. We got SpaceX tonight. That's going to be fun. All right, Palantir at the highs. Palantir looks good. I have January calls and I have August 21st calls that are $5 out of the money now. SoFi having a good day. SoFi back up to the highs. Okay, so we need to get through this level right in here. SoFi is starting to move. SoFi.
Scott, we're going to go ballistic down here if the market pushes any higher into the close. Bulls are obviously on a mission, but the question is if there will be an intergalactic one. That depends on SpaceX earnings. Options pricing right now expects at least a 15% move. We're getting a lot of action, close to $1 billion in premium traded today, which is much closer to the demand we saw in this stock's heyday all of 1.5 months ago. We've also been tracking bullish call buying in the extremely ambitious 330 strike calls expiring this Friday. And that continued again today with another $1 million of buying of that contract and now nearly 700,000 total open contracts. We've determined it's unlikely to be retail aggregates or market makers, but more likely a bank that feels it's necessary to use these cheap calls to hedge a short position or structured product of some sort. It's still an extremely low probability bet, Scott, but it speaks to one truth. Nobody really knows what's possible in this black box of this stock.
Sorry about that at the top. Turns out I'm the one in outer space today. Oliver Rennick, thank you very much. Christina, tell us about AMD.
I'm smiling because I feel like I need some puns for this. But let's talk about first the guide. AMD should do about 11.3 billion tonight or tonight next.
AMD should be.
Watch the ramp of its new AI chip, the MI450, and Helios, the full server rack built around that chip. Shipping starts later this quarter with the real volume ramping in Q4, and that's when the first big deployments for Meta and OpenAI kick in. So any hint on timing, supply really moves this stock. Second, CPUs, AMD's server business on pace to grow roughly 80% this year, pulling share from Intel as agentic AI drive new CPU demand. AMD claims, this is AMD, 40% of the market share right now. Watch if it actually pushes that towards half, 50%, and how fast its next chip, Venice, ramps. Last but not least, Scott, the bar. AMD is up roughly, 145% year to date and essentially sold out. This price for perfection. TSMC beat every record last quarter, still sold off. Same thing with ASML and Samsung. So even a good quarter may not be enough to move this stock higher, especially given the run up today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Christina, thanks. Christina Martinellis. Annika, tell us more about Amgen and Gilead.
Hey, Scott. So let's start with Amgen. We're expecting adjusted earnings of $5.62 per share and revenue of around $9.42 billion for the quarter. That will likely be driven by drugs like Repatha, a drug that lowers bad cholesterol. And in terms of outlook, we're expecting EPS of $22.35 per share and revenue of around $37.74 billion. So now let's turn to Gilead. We're expecting an adjusted loss of $7.24 per share and revenue of around $7.4 billion for the quarter. And that loss is due to a massive charge tied to a string of biotech acquisitions and licensing deals. That shouldn't be a surprise here.
So now for the full year, analysts are expecting an adjusted loss of 75 cents per share and revenue of around 30.43 billion. So we'll be digging into these two reports shortly. We'll have more for you later, Scott.
All right, good stuff. Appreciate that very much. Okay, Ed, tell me about this rally. What do you make of it? Where's this market going?
It's going higher. I mean, my year-end forecast is 8,250, and all of a sudden that looks fairly conservative. It's only 6.5.
Ed Yardeni, I like him.
I think we've got FEMO, what I've previously discussed with you, and that is fabulous earnings momentum. And that's really what it all comes down to. I mean, we've got plenty of things to worry about in the Middle East with the Fed, and yet the economy continues to perform extremely well. It's resilient, and we're seeing that in earnings.
You're comfortable where earnings estimates have gone? I mean, if that's everything according to you, then that's everything about what risk lies out there too.
Well, I do watch analysts' earnings consensus very closely, because I think that's really what's being discounted in the market, their outlook for the rest of this year going into next year. And that's called forward earnings when you take a time-weighted average of this year and next year. It's an all-time record high. I think it's going to hit over $400 a share by the end of the year, which will be the expectations for next year. I think 400 times 20, you got 8,000. A pretty reasonable estimate. So I think earnings are going to be somewhat better, and the valuation multiple may be higher. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable with it. Yes.
You had said, I don't know, maybe in the last week or so that tech had looked tired. It certainly looks like it's awake again now.
No, actually, I'm saying that the information technology was on sale. So maybe that was an old note, but obviously you got to stay close.
Oh, it's the closing bell. Holy shit. Snuck up on me. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry about that.
Information technology sector.
All right, I'm going to hang out for SpaceX earnings.
And that's unusual because growth stocks usually trade much better. And when you look at S&P 500 and information technology, it looks nothing like what we had back in 1999 and 2000. So all of a sudden, all this talk about this being a tech bubble is kind of thrown out the window.
I mean, there was that note out today from the gentleman at Citadel Securities who suggested, we worked off on our own the excess that was in the market. Now we're primed for a reset. No end to the fundamentals. Sounds like you agree with that.
Absolutely. I think that it is all about earnings, the valuation.
Randall, sorry, I didn't mean to post in your room.
And investors felt kind of nervous.
I did that by accident. Let's see. I thought I was posting in a trading room.
You like the broadening story?
Absolutely. We've been recommending market weighting information technology since the end of last year. And I think
SOUN?
that's actually worked out
Let me
reasonably
see.
well. We've been recommending overweight for
SOUN.
It's worked out very well.
What did you say? Swing target support.
specifically in the
Mic check, mic check.
now just behind SK Hynix says the industry really sells out its 2027 supply. Super bullish.
All right, that's it, right?
Earnings out tomorrow got attention on its high
I think my mic must have given out. I have these little lapel mics. The battery wore out, so you might have missed me there for the last few minutes. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, the closing bell, August the 4th. Looking for SpaceX earnings. You know what? I'll hang on for SpaceX earnings and see how that goes.
Christina, thanks. Christina Parts Nebulis. 5% drop in oil also contributing to today's stock rally. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent raising hopes for a deal on the Strait of Hormuz. Pippa Stevens is here with more on that. Pippa.
Hey, Melissa. Secretary Bessent telling CNBC, quote, there's a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait.
SpaceX.
Is tumbling. And when asked if the Iranians would have the ability to charge a toll, he said, quote, I think it would be freedom of movement. No word yet from Iran on these talks, but CIBC Private Wealth's Rebecca Babin noting there are indeed Now, the last time the U.S. and Iran reached an MOU, we saw an exodus of ships clear the strait, which kept oil prices in the red. But that's probably not going to happen to the same extent this time, given we didn't see a surge of ships entering the Gulf during the ceasefire. Finally, Marathon Petroleum, the latest refiner to post a blowout quarter with net income jumping more than 900% quarter over quarter. On the call, the company said they expect, quote, a constructive environment through the remainder of the year. Melissa?
Pippa, thanks. Pippa Stevens. We are continuing to watch the moves in the Japanese yen. Secretary Bessent telling CNBC earlier today that Japan is taking action.
We understand that they are making serious efforts to stem the substantial undervaluation in their currency. We believe that they are going to continue to put the right policies in place that will lead the yen to get back to more of a normal equilibrium price.
Let's get to Rick Santelli in Chicago for more. And it seems like, Rick, today Wall Street's really skeptical as to whether or not this will actually break a trend. Maybe it'll deter short-term shorts, but it may not change the ultimate trajectory of the yen.
I would agree with that. I think listen to the Treasury Secretary's words very carefully. As long as they put policies in place, to hold what's going on, the intervention doesn't do any good unless policies are put in place, like how they can help their economy without necessarily overstimulating or issuing too much debt. They already have an astronomical debt to GDP ratio. And of course, maybe the next BJ meeting, they should raise rates. We're starting to see movement in the markets that would express that. As you look at this 2-month chart, you see that little fish hook on the right? That is a very, very, very small bounce for the dollar. So the intervention seems to be holding. Let's look at that hook a little bit. Let's zoom in on it. This chart is 7 sessions. And if you look at the first couple, I put them there so you could see nothing going on, 164, 40-year high. And then all of a sudden on the 30th Thursday, the interventions begin. And you can see the dollar going down and how little it's bounced since. And that is significant. But something did bounce today, and that was interest rates. This is a 12-hour chart of the 10-year JG.
Oh, we lost Rick there. We lost Rick. Always enjoy what he has to say.
You see where it is on the right side?
What's going on?
AMPX. INLF. ANEL. INLF. UPST. GCTK. UPST. BBOS. CELH.
Uh-oh. Looks like we lost space. Looks like we lost.
Depending on the estimates that you're looking at, nearly $8 billion in revenue. A lot to be impressed about.
Okay, SpaceX. I hope they blow this out.
What are the plans? Where is it going? How does Elon kind of steer the ship here? No pun intended, and kind of give the story. He's been a magnificent steward of that for these companies, notably Tesla, throughout the years. So one has to think that he will have an optimistic take,
But until we get the questions answered, till we get the commentary, I would imagine that we're not going to ultimately find out what the street's going to do with these numbers just yet.
And another thing you went there with, and you said the questions, another question, I think is a question that came up on Tesla's call, is tied to this potential tie-up between SpaceX and Tesla. The Wall Street Journal put out a report within the last week saying that Tesla's reportedly thinking about weighing a separation of its China business via spinoff or sale or closure to pave the way for that potential merger. Now, we know on the Tesla call that Elon Musk said it wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk about that on this channel. We'd have to do that through appropriate channels, but he was a little cheeky about it. Do you expect there to be any more commentary surrounding that today, or will it be much of the same?
Well, I think that because he is both the leader of both these companies, they do have, of course, SEC regulations. He's limited with how he can really approach this conversation. But I think it's clear that's the goal. So how much we get, how that could look, maybe. But again, I'm not versed enough on what he's allowed to say, and that hasn't restricted him in the past either. So it's possible. But one thing that I'm noticing here is some of these
So earnings are out.
numbers are starting to show.
SpaceX earnings are out.
I think is an important kind of takeaway broadly for the market is this is one of the few companies that also is operating in the public space with a kind of a true AI model as well. So Anthropic and OpenAI are sort of bigger players in this space, but the Grok stuff falls underneath SpaceX. When you look at their AI segment total revenue, it came in at 2.56 billion. Well, the street estimate was for sub 2.1. And so if you look at it on that front, we're looking at something like a 20% beat on that. So this is nowhere near where those numbers need to be to justify the price tags of some of these companies. But the fact that they're exceeding by pretty wide percentage margins, I think actually it lays the runway for some of these goals to potentially be attainable. But we're a long ways away. I think the biggest thing is going to be this sort of AI data center in space discussion.
AMPX, SPCQ, SNK, AMIX, ALAB, APPS.
With regards to that shift, the question though becomes, in terms of monetizing it further beyond just being sort of a taxi service, if you will, into space. How much of this gets monetized by SpaceX itself with regards to what it's able to put there, and that flows back into the company for its own coffers.
All right, SpaceX earnings are out. I'm out of here. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Their deal with NVIDIA to build these